diet soda versus regular soda. And we have people chiming in.
Now, see, the real struggle comes that I still haven't figured out a way to make it where you can't hear us in the starting soon screen.
I have to use this blasting, so I'm trying my best to understand through it, but I'm trying to get the character.
Good. Blanket?
Homie, it's been like 4 minutes since you said you were gonna shower.
It's been 10.
Okay, sure.
It was 7:45. But yes, I'm able to shower that quick. I washed everything, including my face for once. And I made 2 egg salad sandwiches. Because the only thing I've had to eat today is a slice of pizza and 2 monsters. Healthy.
I mean, if you'd have had 2 slices of pizza and 1 monster, you'd be alright. I got a bunch of water. I have a brisk blood orange, which is actually pretty good. Never tried this one before.
Bottles of water at least. But I have a case of Sprite right there.
I got some Wiley Wallaby, some of the best licorice you can get. I got it in green apple and in watermelon in case I want some try.
That's one of the very few brands of gluten-free licorice.
Is it really?
Gelatin-free?
Yeah, Wallaby is one of the very few brands that don't have. I'm not sure if it's that they have a special variety mix or if they truly are gluten-free.
It does not look like it has any gelatin in it.
Oh, I'm not talking about gelatin.
No,
I
Adam
am.
is. Adam's got an allergy to gelatin.
Right.
Yeah, no. Fat-free, no high fructose corn syrup, vegan, gluten-free.
That tells me right there it's gelatin-free.
Yeah, gelatin, of course, because of that.
No, it's pig bones and fat, cow bones and fat, or fish bones. I'm allergic to all three varieties.
Pretty sure it's horse hoof too.
Yeah, bovine and porcine, and I can't remember the fish one. That's why, even though some stuff may still say halal, I can't have it because it's still allergic to beef gelatins. But I found out they make vegan marshmallows. That needs to be open. This over here. This and this section of that. This. Come on. Have these. Cliff is already live. It has been live for 10 minutes.
Yup. Look at the new fancy countdown. We got the new fancy chat at the bottom, which will be in the main screen too.
Nice.
That chat widget at the bottom took me so damn long to create, it's not even funny.
Really?
Yeah, because like the chat widget, like the default one in Mix It Up, it wants to do a new line every message. And like to make it work, you have to edit the CSC, HTML, and the JavaScript. And I'm not that guy. So like it took me so long to do it all. Give it another second here as soon as John gets back and we'll start her in.
What you should do is at the end of that, if you can make it say soon. You're starting soon.
Oh, I can. I just didn't because I don't like the way it looks with the animation when I do this.
Here. You should make it fly with click.
Hey. So, if everything worked right, we should be good. Looks like we're good. Look at. We got the chat at the bottom still. So now, like, I figured out a way to make chat work with this and not distract from, but add to. Look at that.
Fantasy Grounds isn't even open yet for me.
What hasn't?
Fantasy Grounds, haven't opened it yet or updated it. So, give me a second.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. And if everything works right, then I should be able to... No, what are you doing? There's a weird thing. So I found this with all the streaming platforms for whatever reason. If you start typing in Dungeons and Dragons, it'll show it, like DUN will show Dungeons and Dragons. As soon as you hit G, it's gone. There's no more Dungeons and Dragons. I don't understand why. There's some weird indexing with it that I haven't quite figured out yet.
Probably because dung is a word. And it's telling you there's no dung. We don't have any dung.
I didn't even think about that. It could be like if you tried searching for fuck or something like that, like it would be like, whoa, we don't say that kind of stuff. So maybe they're like super, like, don't say dung either.
I more meant when you type in D-U-N-G, it's like, oh, this is a word specific. So there's nothing that is dung that is here. Oh, E, you're still typing. Got it.
Yeah, like it just goes away. Like you can only type DUN and that's it. Like if you go more than that, then
Too specific.
Yeah. Let me check one thing out and then we should be good to go. I'm sorry for. Someone say something.
Hello?
Potatoes.
Okay, I think we're good. I can hear the voices. It doesn't sound like we have doubles, which is good. All right, let's kick this fucker off. So, I think I already said this, but say it again. Hi. We are on episode 26 of the campaign. I don't really have too much craziness to go over here. If you're on TikTok, hi. There's a lot of interactions you could do on Twitch, but on TikTok you can still see all of us. You can see all the roles. You can enjoy all the fun. If you want to do interactions, though, go over to Twitch. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, hi. So, who's doing recap today?
Not me.
I don't mind.
Okay.
Like always.
Yeah. Like always. I'll do it.
All right, who had a higher roll? Sin had a higher roll. Sin's going to do recap.
A fast recap. All right. Started last session on the way to Dunescrawl. In the middle of the trip, Thrain remembers his dream. Shadowy figure pulling in his sister, realizes that shadowy figure had golden eyes. Oh shit, it's the hag. As we're walking, he's like, son of a bitch. Looks over at Roderick, apologizes for lashing out the other day. We make our way to Dunescrawl. Nell hides their shield bearing the Eclipsean Order's sigil. Everyone makes sure that they don't have any kind of shit like that on them. We walk in, get a strong smell of petrichor in the air. Feels like it's going to rain, seeing that it's coming from these machines scattered around town. Some of the party's looking around, notices some stalls, finds one called Orcus's End, and we see that it's manned by someone that looks like a devil. So Desmond's about to split off. Thrain says, let's stick together. So we do. We all go and check out this shop. It's kind of like, so we do a merch shop, weird bobs and trinkets and stuff. And some of the party gets into a Vardrock party lore and starts discussing who's right and who's wrong about stuff. And at that point, Desmond loses interest and wanders off. The rest of the party that stayed gets shown this replica of the Wand of Orcus that this devil tries to sell for 20 platinum. And after that, everyone's just like, yeah, no, we're really... So we leave, keep walking to the town. We all agree to go and check out the temple first, since that's the oldest looking and oldest building here. So we go check it out, look at the stones on the side of the temple, seeing that there's some carvings into it. And Thrain and Desmond notice that it's a temple of Baal. An old elf comes up to us, starts talking about the history of the town and the temple and Baal and all that. And we eventually head inside. We look around a little bit, decide to split up. Roderick and Thrain are looking outside at the graveyard area. Nell and Desmond inspect the inside. Not much is spotted by either group. Roderick and Thrain start to walk back inside. At the same time, Desmond gets frustrated by some tablets on the wall that are out of order. So he goes and looks at it. Nell follows him. Nell starts inspecting these tablets closer and notices one that's kind of out of its socket a little bit. They get their fingers around it and notice that it can be pulled out. They ask Nell, before I do this, are there any traps? And Desmond responds with, are we pulling it out? And Nell says, fuck it, and just pulls it out anyways. And at that moment, the doors slam shut. Sand starts filling up into the temple. And the party starts trying to figure out this puzzle. Roderick's somehow left in charge of doing the actual puzzle while Thrain and Desmond inspect or help him. Nell at first started sliding some of the tablets around, then started scooping sand away from everyone. And as everyone's working on the puzzle, they go and make a blood offering to anyone that would listen. And Ball answered. Ball was listening. Ball asked Nell to be their champion. Nell refuses. Blood keeps pouring out of Nell. They're trying to pull away from the altar, but it feels like something's pulling them down. At that time, the puzzle is finished. Nell pulls away from the altar. The blood stops. We did it. Hooray. The middle tablet kind of falls apart, revealing a metal shard of something. Desmond goes and picks the shard free. It burns him, flies back into the socket. Pull it out again, wrap it up. We start to leave town. As we're leaving town, Thrain stops, looks at that replica of the Wand of Orcus again, haggles it down a few platinum. We buy it. So after we leave town, we immediately contact Quillwise, let them know, like, hey, we finally got something. We don't know what it is, but we have something that's more than we've had this whole time. So we figure out a plan to get him an image of what the rune on the back of this thing looks like. After he figures some stuff out, he's going to send more information back to us. We keep going on our way to Sandscale. On the way, Thrain messages Shogun with the help of Nell, trying to figure out where he's at, if he's okay, and figures out that he took up the job to go get the weather machine from the goblins. This catches Thrain by surprise, asks Desmond, should we let them know? What should we do? Desmond's just like, it doesn't matter either way. So Thrain goes up to Nell and says the best thing you want to hear is, hey, don't overreact, which that didn't work. Surprise. Nell gets irritated, frustrated, grabs him by the beard and says that he's pissing her off just to tell him or they're going to cut off the beard. Jokingly lets go, steps back. Desmond teleports in between them. Thrain ends up telling Nell where Shogun is, and we all continue our trip back to Sandscale. A few more sending spells without anyone knowing, back and forth between Thrain and Shogun, I think. Thrain is sending more sending spells, that's all we know. And eventually we end up at the gates of Sandscale.
You don't really know that, but
Yeah. And just for
Chat knows.
just for the sake of what we spoke about at the end of last session after we called it quits and whatnot, do want to recant on a few things just to make sure that we are treating it fairly. So Desmond would know that the replica wand of Orcus does require attunement, in that it is a +1 weapon, which I don't know the meta way of putting that, but that's something that he'd be able to relay. But the detect magic did say that, but it also is saying that there's no magic, which is kind of contradictory. So need to recant that from last week, that Desmond would have relayed, that there is attunement required with this, so it would require deeper than just a broad. You just can't just grab it and use it. The other thing too is there was a fairly long journey to Sandscale from Dunescrawl, which I believe was 5 days. 5 days, yeah. We did sort of an abbreviated journey there, but there were some things that would have been a little bit more pivotal along the way that we wanted to discuss. So with that said, before we officially kick off tonight, before we are at the gates of Sandscale, on the 5 nights there, 5 days, 4 nights technically there. I'm sorry, 5 nights, 6 days there. Would anybody have done anything that they want to address? So I know we've mentioned probably speaking to Quillwise at least once in between there. No one but Thrain knows, but Thrain is still talking to Shogun about what they're doing. So there's that piece of it. Anything else that we want to publicly address before we make it to Sandscale proper?
Now looks very much not okay. There's a lot going on, and it's starting to get to them. Very, very obviously, you don't have to make any kind of perception check. They're not themselves.
Nope. Okay.
I had that already.
I was looking at that.
You look
Stop
at it when
closing my
I tell you
shit.
to look at it. I have the power now.
So unless it's brought up during the day, during a travel, Desmond would probably talk to Nell about the hell is bugging them one of the nights.
I would have done it during travel. I would have pulled them to the side.
All right, so let's start with that then. So Nell and Thrain had that exchange outside of Dunescrawl. Nell jokingly threatened to cut Thrain's beard. Thrain probably didn't really take it as a joke because that's like dwarven heresy. So that night or so, or even during the travel, let's start there and then we'll work forward from it.
So that was right before going to bed, wasn't it? Ascending. So is it Desmond? Is it right after leaving Dunescrawl that you're visibly shaken, or is it later in the trip?
The entire time, like directly after the ball incident, very not okay.
Okay. So it'd be, if you would address it initially, soon this would be up to you to start.
Yeah, I guess at camp, while everyone's setting up, I guess Nell or Desmond would just walk up to Nell in the middle of camp and pull up like his seat, sit down, just be like, something's bothering you.
Well, duh. I mean, I just feel like I'm making mistake after mistake after mistake, and everything is going horribly, no matter what I do. Like, the siege happened, and I didn't have a strong enough mind to keep the fucking hag out. And now there's a chance that that is why she can track us. The fact that I live in Durian is a reason why perhaps the Death Knights can track us. And I didn't mean to threaten fucking Thrain the way I did, but it came off all wrong. And I keep making hasty, panicked decisions like giving my blood to Ball. I don't know. And they're just like starting to tear up and blubber. And now somehow my mom's involved in this because apparently she's a part of the order, so she's got to run away to see Bluff too. And no matter what I say or do, things are going wrong, and I ended up the leader, and I feel like I'm failing miserably, and those people are marching over to Orchard Lake because of us, because they're of course listening to somebody that they think is the right person to listen to, but is truly some fucking heretic, and they're gonna die. But we have to prioritize the greater good, but their death is still on my mind. How am I supposed to be okay?
I feel like this is loud enough for everyone to hear too.
Yep, it's just progressively getting louder and more like tears down their face.
As soon as Thrain heard his name, he started listening.
Roderick is definitely eavesdropping.
Desmond like leans forward in his chair. I can rationalize and give reasons why you shouldn't worry about every single one of these things, but if it's not going to do any good, this is going to be a constant thing if you choose to keep leading. There's not going to be any choices that you feel good about. And if you do end up feeling good about a choice you make, hold on to that. Cherish it. But you're new to this. You know that. Allow yourself some mistakes. Your mom's, you living in Durian, your mom choosing to be a part of the order that didn't stem from you. This world isn't fair. It's not going to be.
I know that. I never thought that I was going to end up being a leader. I was either going to end up as a maid like my mother or a soldier. And now somehow I'm here. And there's no way I could have ever mentally readied myself for something like this. Obviously, there's going to be some kind of a learning curve, but I am currently pretty lost.
I initially said that you should be and technically are the leader because you were under Astarian's training and are
I'm sorry,
about
you said Astarian instead of Valarian, and I'm just like, Baldur's Gate.
And have about a decade's, centuries, year more experience in the world than any of us. But another reason is because you care about the order more than any of us. You hold its traditions to your heart. You look out for each of the members. Yeah, Thrain. I know Thrain cares. I know Thrain could lead us, but he would lead us more as a father or an older brother guiding his family. You would lead as the leader of the Eclipsean Order. If like Desmond stands up and puts a hand on your shoulder, I have no problem calling the shots, but I don't hold the Eclipsean Order as a priority in my life right now.
It's not that, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that you guys think that I am the right one to lead us. It's just there's a lot going on right now between my personal life, because it involves my mom, and these decisions I never thought I'd make. I need to figure out how to be a brave and charismatic leader while also thinking clearly and concisely under pressure, and I'm really struggling with that second half. And I'll figure it out. I know I will. It's hard to be two halves of the whole that was, I know you don't feel this way. That was Vardrock and Vakta. Because sure, he was the brave warrior, but she was the politician. She was the one who closed gaps in all of the classes. She worked hard to eliminate the slums that she grew up in and make it so education could be available for any and all who would want it. She was amazing. And yeah, I look up to Vardrock, but that's because, shit, now that I'm further away from it, I can see that I kind of made him a father figure because I lost my dad because he was supporting him. And I'm having to try to figure out how to cross that gap and be a leader that embodies both of them. Because Amethil wouldn't be as great as it was if Vakta didn't have Vardrock, or Vardrock didn't have Vakta. I know that's just me venting, and
Desmond looks like he's thinking about saying multiple things, but stops himself.
I know Vardrock is a sore subject for you. And I totally understand his, I guess, conquest ended up destroying your people's way of life. And that's super shitty. I'm looking at the very small, narrow picture of trying to be the people's champion and the politician. And I don't know. I'm working on it.
I think the thing about that is if you try to be both, you are going to put twice the amount of effort and stress on yourself.
Perhaps.
I think it worked out with those two because they didn't have to be both. In my eyes, Vakta was the one that made Amethil what it is. Vardrak is the one that made it so no one messed with it. So people fell in line. He was the law enforcement to her word.
Yeah.
If you want to be feared for your power, that is one way to lead. If that's your goal, I feel like you're on the right track. It's going to come with as much conflict as you can get yourself into, so you get stronger because of it. If you want to lead by making the choices and furthering the nation, that is going to be a lot harder. But I think that's what makes the people follow you without question, without thinking. They do it because they want to see you prosper.
They want us to see anything. I just want people to be okay. To know that they're safe. And they're not going to be overtaken by bastards who think that they can just fight to see who's the strongest and that's in charge. Or a religion that's basically ending up as a cult that is really just benefiting one fat man with an ideal that is sideways. I just don't want to watch people continue to grow up like I watched the lower comments.
For before anything, I feel like the people you lead, your advisors, your closest, should know how you're feeling if you are struggling. They're your closest, we're your closest, so we can help. Not so we can watch you from the sidelines try to burden this all on your shoulders by yourself.
I try to get better about it. I just feel like every time a decision comes, the eyes go straight to me and I don't know how to say I'm not able to do it in that moment. I don't know how to say, can you guys work this one out? I need a minute.
That's also been partially my fault. Anytime there's a choice involved, I've kind of been quick to throw it your way to gauge your reactions.
I don't mean to butt in, but if you ever need to dump something on me, just tell me. I can talk my way out of any situation, most situations. Don't ask about Durian. That's besides the point. But most situations I'm able to help talk my way out of.
sorry I got loud. And I don't know. It's fine. I'll figure it out.
If it just didn't come out now, it's coming out. It was coming out tomorrow because I needed time to cool off. But we would have been talking about what you did earlier.
And I regret it. It was stupid, and I don't know. There's a lot of confusion and hurt in my heart about the whole ball thing, and
You don't got to explain yourself. I heard everything.
what scared me about it most is that his idea that I could be his champion. That this, what I see as justice and trying to lead the people correctly, would just be a fountain of murder in his eyes. And it made me question everything.
If I can chime in,
Of course, everyone's welcome to talk.
you're going about it all wrong, in my humble opinion. You're thinking of like what would Vardrock do and all that stuff. You know, it would be great if we had someone who was there during his conquest to say how things really went. We just have bard's tales, hearsay, history books that were written by the victors. He might have had similar struggles, similar doubts. Who knows? You really can't go by what a legend or a myth has done or how they went about it, because there's always going to be in your mind this unreachable goal of they just waltz right in and say, hey, this is mine now, and it was so. And we know that in life it doesn't really go that way. Lots of bloodshed, lots of struggles, lots of plans that don't quite go according to plan. So you have to start thinking about how Nell wants to do it. Make Nell's legend. And like Desmond was saying, don't try to be both the yin and the yang the way the king and queen were. Like, if one of the two is not your strong suit, someone else has got to take that load. We'll figure that out, whatever. But focus on your strengths. Let's roll with that, because that's what we have to work with. That's all we have. We're very limited. We are few. And, you know, like, let's plan around, you know, like I said, if we can get the Sea of Dracaria's back, great. Then it's their problem, not ours. That's the way I see it. I'm sure you all will keep fighting and everything. If Big Guy comes back, I'm out. Done. He did this before. He can put this back in order again. Cool. But we have to kind of assume that maybe that is not a possibility. So if the occupants of Durian can't come back, we have to plan around that, because there's no assurances. So let's start with there. Let's do what we can do. Let's stop thinking about fuck ups, because yes, you fucked up. You fucked up a lot. You're gonna keep fucking up. It's how we learn. It's how grandmas used to say wisdom is formed. And then when, if we somehow live through all this shit, when we write the history books and tell of the legend of Nell and their companions, we'll leave out all the shit where you fucked up, Just make it sound all pretty and nice. Yep. You waltzed in and said, hey, stop fighting. And it was so.
Nell lets out a small chuckle and is like, you guys are acting like I'm gonna end up ruling all of Amethil one day.
Huh?
Desmond sits back in his chair. That's the plan.
I mean, at least until we, it's either you or we find a better paladin, so. You're it in the meantime.
Glad I have your support.
Oh, come on. I'm trying to lighten you up.
And you are. It's just also more to think about.
And also think of it this way. You fuck up bad enough, we're not going to live to regret it, so.
He does have a point there.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, we are looking at you and you're still alive and you really fucked up.
I'm assuming this is kind of happening at this point we're all kind of eating. So whatever Nell has, she rips it in half and you each get a piece of whatever tossed at your heads.
Eating it with my booze.
You remind me of the mayonnaise, didn't it?
You each get a fistful of mayo.
No hands in the tub.
Contaminated.
Poured out.
This helps a lot. Thanks, guys.
You know what's unique about you? That leaders haven't shown in way too long. You care almost too much. Desmond chuckles. It's refreshing.
Well, thank you. It's the least I could do. I don't know how to respond to that.
And also, the way you're feeling right now, maybe not all leaders look to be leaders. What if Vardrock was just the right guy in the right place and he never wanted any of this shit? Maybe he,
Aside is Megan. And Nell just shrugs and goes, no matter what situation comes of all of this, I'll do my best.
All right, cool. Now, how are we going to conquer everything?
Well, first, we're going to keep making sure we gather pieces of this crown so that tell Spooky Yellow Eyes and Giant Spooky, did she even have eyes? Or tall Spoopy
Zendraxius?
Overwatchers. I want to try to make sure neither of them get this crown. Even if that means that we each separately carry a piece. Because if they can't do anything unless the crown is complete, all we can do is make sure that it's mounting there.
And one last, for everyone's knowledge, if things start going really not our way, but we're still alive, I'm gonna just help Desmond bring his people here, because then that way at least I have a chance to be in, the winning side. There we go. Instant army. I'm promised, power, authority, and safety.
I have no problem with Desmond's people coming. Let's not have that army be against us. Let's all be friends, please.
Yeah, side with the devil I know.
Don't fight back. I don't know.
It all depends on what your father does. We've got this, guys.
You've got this. I'm not saying we all don't, but you got this too.
You got this for us.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the fucking alchemy jug. Drinking.
Man.
Like, it's already been set. No.
Drowning in it.
They won't stop.
I don't care what's in here. I'm drinking all 2 gallons.
I'm sorry. I can't stop mayonnaising. All right. And conversation kind of takes a turn for a little bit lighter of a tone as you all finish your meals and then go on with the rest of your night. Next day during travel, much of the same. Not a whole lot of sights in Dragon Sands. Dunes, more dunes. Every now and again, there's a small plateau without dunes, and then there's more dunes. Pretty much.
Would you
what
look
you're
at that? A
seeing on this trip.
cactus.
There's actually not even many cactus through here. So, funny you bring that up. Nell, go ahead and give me perception.
Me. Perception. If you insist.
So, you don't notice a whole lot of vegetation in here. And, actually, let me do this real quick. Give me nature, because you are good in nature, so we'll take the higher of the two.
I'm less good at nature than I am at perception.
Are you? Oh, my bad.
Aren't you?
I
Nell?
love- In my mind, Nell is like super knowledgeable and knows a lot about nature because they go out and get herbs and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
They know
But,
herbs, but not nature.
Yeah, they know what plants to mix together to make the things. They know the recipe. They don't know what all of the things are they see.
Okay.
They just know, I know that one's poisonous, so I'm not touching it. I know that's what I need to make my potion. I don't know what that is, so I'm definitely not going to put it in anything people are going to drink.
All right. So you notice not a whole lot of vegetation. Every now and again, you guys will come across an area where the dunes sort of die down to a small like oasis, and there's some palm trees there every now and again and grass surrounding a small outlet of water. But as you move on, it's mostly just sand. You almost get the impression that this desert wasn't originally here. Anybody doing anything on day 2 of travel?
Nell's just each day or two going to be just setting off their divine sense randomly, and they're still just mentally like, that can't be right. It can't be right. I'm doing something wrong about Desmond pinging as undead.
Throughout the trip from Dunescrawl to Sandscale, Desmond's not really wearing his mask all the time. He has like his shirt pulled up over his mouth still, but he's like less hiding his face all the time.
Pale ass gonna catch a sunburn. You're gonna have a tan line from the cheeks up.
Which cheeks?
Hey, depends on what outfit he's wearing that day. One thing, Megan, when you're talking low, you're really quiet right now, and then when you talk, when your voice picks up, you hear it really well.
When I'm Nell, you can hear me as Nell, but not as Megan.
I mean, I can hear you as both then, but
okay.
It's been going up and down. I'm like, up and down, up and down.
What if I drag my mic a little closer? Yeah.
I have you set full blast, and sometimes I'm even like, I don't know what they said.
I was talking about adjusting my computer volume. I'm like, and more,
Mhm.
and more.
yeah, I was
Alright.
adjusting the volume during that exchange. I was like adjusting the volume in OBS to like 6 decibels over 0. Like,
You should be good now. You moved it closer. It's been sounding better.
yeah, perfect.
Okay. Just fucking with the gain again.
So day 2, all the same. Night 2, all the same. Day 3, around the time that you all would be, just now getting up, you get you hear Quillwise's voice coming out of Roderick's bag, in kind of an urgent tone of like, please tell me you all are there. Are you there?
Desmond walks right over, plucks it out. Yes, Quillwise. He like looks around. I'm up. Everyone else is waking.
I just wanted to let you know that we just had the Durian Guard search the guild hall. They were searching for you all. I followed them around and told them that I had not seen you since everything that happened, but I did want to make you aware that they had sent people here.
Desmond like goes and like nudges Nell with his boot, making sure that they're awake. Did Nell's mother already leave to Sea Bluff?
Yes. Nell's mother's already gone, and Kip was out on an expedition. It was just me here. I followed them around, annoying them until they left.
You're not.
They have no jurisdiction intruded. They had no right to be there.
They might not have jurisdiction intruded, but their reign does weigh heavy around the southern Amethil plains. And it was easier to let them come in and show them that no one was here.
Than to make a fuss, I understand.
Exactly. And Desmond, they did go in your room, but they didn't touch anything. I made sure of it.
I appreciate it. I will still be cleaning it when I get back, though. Thank you. No tall, dark, and spookies with them.
If you're referring to the Death Knights, then no.
Or those, corrupted by the Hag Countess.
I wouldn't even know what they would look like.
I apologize. I thought we explained that to you. They have typically glowing yellow eyes, if they are under her commands. Sometimes they look demonic, sometimes they don't. And if you were to see her herself, she's about 10 feet tall, looks simply like a dark silhouette, with bright yellow eyes and nasty breath.
Well, thankfully, I did not see that, and there were no yellow eyes to my recollection.
Thank you.
You're not being prosecuted for any reason because of us, are you?
No.
Thank the gods.
No, but they do have all of your likenesses drafted on wanted posters.
How accurately is mine?
How much am I worth?
He starts to answer Desmond. He's like, well, you want to know how much you're worth?
Yeah.
Well, you are all worth 50 gold pieces.
That's it?
This is not a
Killing a
competition.
baron? Well, you'd expect it to be more for killing a baron and killing half the guard and escaping their prison and causing the death knights to come after them. You'd expect it to be a little higher.
Right, we're not all equally guilty. Some of us are more guilty than the others, so we should have higher bounties.
I feel
Nell
like
is glaring.
I feel like you are all missing the gravity of this situation.
I understand the gravity of the situation, and I am taking it rather seriously. Don't worry. When the Sphinx comes, I personally intend to go. Whether the others do is up to themselves, but I will certainly be working to clear our names.
Well, I will do what I can to assist. As of right now, just know that they are looking. I don't think you have to worry about them trekking through the desert to get you, but just know that they have the word out. And if anything comes up on your end, please let me know.
We will. Nothing has changed since we last talked when we left Dunescrawl.
Well, I'll take no change as good news, so...
Side note, Desmond, did you already send Eva?
Yeah, day 1 of us leaving Dunescrawl.
Or day 3, how many? You said 5 days to get there ish?
Maximum of 5.
Okay. Never mind.
Ava should be getting there sometime between tonight and tomorrow night.
As soon as they arrive, I will collect what they're bringing me, and I will make sure that you get this map as well. Map, probably not the right term for this, but yeah, you'll see what I mean.
Understood.
Well, good luck to you all. Message me if there are any other issues you come across, and let me know once you make it to Sandscale.
Shouldn't be too long now.
Desmond pulls the crystal closer to him. Seriously, did they draw my mask or my face?
They have your face.
That's unfortunate. Okay, goodbye.
And you all do your morning routines, pack up, head out. Is there any inner chatter or anything that you want to have based on that?
I don't think so. Not for Desmond.
Mm-mm.
Alright. And about midday through today's travel, you come across a building that is just in the middle of the desert. It's probably only about 25 feet off of the main path that you've been following. And it's just a single building with a camel outside that is just tied to a post.
Is this a building that would have been known to be along the path?
I mean, it's not something that's like widely publicized or anything like that, but it doesn't look like it just popped up overnight.
Appears we're not the only ones making a journey to Sandscale. Or perhaps they're on their way back.
Do we want to stop in, rest a little bit, or should we just keep going?
It'd be nice to get out of the sun, at least for a little. Good place to take a break.
And as you all deviate from the main path and head up there, you see a small sign that's just slowly rocking in the wind that says Dry County Saloon.
Not a bad place to be in the middle of the day.
Fun drinks. Let's go.
In we go.
And as you walk in, you see that there's this small establishment that to your left and to your right, you see a series of small tables that are scattered about. And then right in front of you, you see this long wraparound bar with some stools at it. And all the way to the far right, you see a single person sitting at a table that has their back turned to you. And they have like sort of a long like duster on, and they kind of have it pulled up. So all you can really see is like a hat, the duster, and their back sort of facing you. And then in the far back, you see this this elf that looks similar to the elves that you've seen in Dunescrawl, but this elf is just frail-looking older gentleman, but he has a very nice like dress attire on with a bow tie, and as you walk in, he sort of looks at you, and he straightens up his posture a little bit. And he's like, well, 2 customers in one day. Ain't I the lucky one?
Good day to you, sir. Mind if we grab a table?
The house is yours.
And the crew goes and sits down, probably orders some food and drink.
I'll be facing the door if possible.
Yeah, I would probably select it. Have the table they chose be behind this individual, so he's not just like looking over at them, and somehow this feels like more privacy than being across the way from him.
All right. Yeah. So you get he's over to the far right. You guys go over to the far left. And when you go and sit down, you notice the gentleman kind of relaxes his posture again, but he like doesn't come up to your table or anything like that. He just sort of stays behind his bar.
Got it. So, seeing that he wasn't gonna come on over, Nell would walk up and get water, and also probably, do you have anything to eat here?
We do have some small non-perishables, and depending on if we were able to get any game, we may have some some live game that we could cook up?
If you have something fresh, that'd be great, as we've been traveling in the sands a while. Lots of dry stuff, but if not, that's fine too. I'm not opposed to having just a few drinks before we continue along our way.
All right. Well, water is 3 gold a glass. And if you want any of the house-made specialties, we have some Arab UI, which is a mildly hallucinogenic liquid. We don't actually serve alcohol here, but I've never heard anyone complain.
With Megan's reaction, I feel like that would I want to know Nell's reaction to that.
What?
With how you reacted, I want to know Nell's reaction.
That was Nell's reaction.
Okay.
Oh. And 3 gold for a glass of water is a lot, so we're just gonna stick to alchemy jug water, I think.
We'll do that on the show. We won't do that in here.
Yeah. But Nell will return to the table like, well, where I don't think we have a problem resting here, they don't have much of food that's fresh. I asked, he said if they have some game they've caught recently, they can cook that up, and better than the dry rations we've been having, but generally they serve dry rations, and they don't serve alcohol, they serve hallucinogenic juice. I'm all set.
Is it cold?
I have no idea. I did not ask at that point.
How hallucinogenic?
Well, I think the word was mildly. If you want it, you go get it. I will pass.
I want to witness this and remember it. So, Roderick, you want them?
I will wait for now. Strange lands and all that. If we were in the comfort of a city or something,
Desmond sits up in his chair and looks across to the old guy. Sir, is the juice cold?
Can be if you like.
And how long does it last?
Depends on how much you drink. Its properties are not too much different than the effects of alcohol, but they do have some slight hallucinogenic properties to them, but the alkalis burn out real quick.
Desmond sits back in his chair, leaning, looking at.
I'm not preventing anyone. You guys can have as much fun as you want. That just, the headspace I've been in. That sounds like a bad idea.
Brain will pull a gold out and just slide it over to Desmond.
Is this for you or because you want me?
This is for you to try it.
He slowly slides the rest of the way up and takes it. Roderick, you want in?
hell, sure.
I don't know how much it is, but here, I'll give you a gold too.
Desmond takes both and stands up and walks over to the dude.
He said, well, if you're looking for the El Jabulai, it's 5 silver a cup. Or,
And if we want it cold?
yeah, I won't charge you extra for it being cold.
Hands over one of the golds. 2 cups then.
he goes to a cabinet behind him and he opens it up and he pulls out this very, very thin, long, thin bottle. And you hear a thump as he plucks the cork out of it. And he walks over to the end of the counter and he slides back a hatch and he reaches out and he pulls out 2 cold glasses. And he pours it inside there. And you can see that the liquid is sort of a brownish green color, a little bit more on the green side. And it's, as it hits the glass, it's slightly cloudy. And within just a few seconds of it being in the glass, it goes like completely transparent or completely like clear, where you can see through it to the other side. And he slides the 2 glasses over to you, and he says, "And Suki said that we have either rattlesnake or we have some wild bird if you want any food."
He turns around and looks at the group and like flicks back over the second gold piece to Thrain. Rattlesnake or bird?
Screw it, we've had nothing but dry food. Both.
Yeah.
He gives a nod and he smiles, and then he pulls out a rag and he just starts wiping down the counter.
Nell leans over to Thrain. It's the cleanest counter this side of Amethil. Second customers of the day, and he's still clean.
It is a remarkably clean place, especially for it being in the middle of the desert.
This man is almost as clean as Desmond. Not quite.
Desmond takes the 2 glasses and goes and sit next to Roderick and slides his over.
Did he say who the first customers were?
It's that guy.
Ah, just him? Alright.
Glancing over at this fellow, can we tell what he's drinking? Is he having water, or is he also having cactus juice?
Give you a perception roll.
Apparently Nell doesn't care as much as Megan does.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. He's got like a large duster on that's kind of obscuring the cup that he has in his hand. You see him every now and again motion like he's knocking it back, but you don't get a good look at what it is.
Buy him a drink. That's a good way to start a conversation now.
I honestly don't care to start a conversation.
That's my way to do a conversation as well.
I mean, there's no point to this. Like, I don't know. We're just here. Megan understands this is a hook.
No.
Nell does not feel hooked.
Cliff don't really do hooks.
Cliff learned his lesson.
Yeah, I just set shit up, and if you guys go with it, I go with it. If you don't go with it, I don't go with it. I don't care anymore. Nah, creating hooks is way too much work. Let that shit happen organically.
Yeah. This man's here, and good for him. That's the current thought on it.
Honestly, he's just there as set decoration.
So,
Sounds
how's
like
it
a
taste?
DM trap.
Maybe it is. You'll never
It's
know.
clearly important.
Desmond's like holding his drink hesitantly, looking at Roderick.
Oh, the mountain dwarf a little afraid of some ale. Hmm?
Get it right. I'm a hill dwarf.
Damn.
I'm like, I think I'm a hill dwarf, but hang on a second.
Wait, what am I?
Desmond's like couldn't even make up the whole mountain.
Right.
Couldn't even become a mountain dwarf. All you can do is make it up the hill.
Right. Hill, mountain, what's the difference?
I only drink milk.
Right. Bet you mountain dwarf would drink it.
I want to see you drink some dwarven ale. I'd love to see it.
We'll get there.
It's alright. I have no problem drinking ale. Can y'all handle mine? He's like chugging it and not breaking eye contact with Thrain.
You're chugging the hallucinogenic drink?
Yep.
Okay.
Desmond's taking a more steady approach.
So Desmond, you would notice that it has like a really like sweet, citrusy aroma to it. And the flavors of it, like if you're just sipping it, the flavors that you get are almost of like jasmine and vanilla. Roderick, you taste sort of something sweet on the tip of your tongue, and then almost floral as you breathe out. And it has a it's a very high alkaloid content to it. So like after you take a sip of it, it kind of like you get that like almost like dry feeling in the back of your throat because you chugged it. Desmond, go ahead and give me a con save DC 12. Roderick, same thing but with disadvantage.
Easy.
That was supposed to be an 18. It's cocked.
No, that's bullshit. I like it. What? That is some bullshit. That is the best disadvantage. What the fuck?
Bullshit.
But we both have a +5 on concept.
So Roderick, almost right away, as soon as you finish the glass and set it down, as you kind of like lean forward a little bit and give that smug look to Thrain, for just a moment, like the environment around you sort of warbles, like you feel it like, and you get that feeling like, you know, like when you're in Twilight and your eyes are having a really hard time adjusting because it's like not bright enough to focus, but it's too dark for your eyes to, you know, to be dilated. You get that that feeling when you're looking at Thrain, like you're having a hard time focusing on him, like your eyes don't know where they're trying to focus. And then all of a sudden you just sort of get this sort of like very calming, smooth feeling that rushes over you. And you just feel good.
Roderick is going to fucking no-sell this like it ain't shit. He slams it down and he is still looking at Thrain like, well.
I want to see, can I see through his bullshit, and did I see his did he make a facial change when it first hit?
Roll your deception.
I mean, it's not bullshit. I mean, it's not really hitting him like that, but he's just...
Yeah, so... John,
just dilate real quick and that's it.
John, if you want, give me either performance, deception, or persuasion in the dice tower. Adam doesn't need to know what it is. But as the con save shows, I mean, he's not like fucked up by it, but like if Thrain's trying to see if there was any hint of anything happening at all, whatever you think Roderick would do in that type of scenario, like while he's trying to like oversell it or undersell it, whatever you want to call it.
Sure.
Because I mean, I know that it affected him for a second because him and I are having a staring contest, pretty much. I want to know if I saw that happen, or if he was able to keep it the whole time, no change. I want to saw. That's why I rolled that mainly.
Let's hear. Hold on. I would like to roll a performance
You
in the
don't gotta-
dice tower.
You don't gotta say what you're rolling, but sure.
Okay.
Thrain, you see for a brief second that Roderick goes like, and that's it. The only indication you get is he opens his eyes wide for just a moment, and you don't know if it's necessarily from that or from anything else. While you are like staring at Roderick, like trying to get this read on him, Desmond on the other side of the table, after just a few sips of this, like
He's savoring it.
you're starting to feel like you are sinking into your chair, and you almost feel like something is pulling you down into this chair.
So like during that exchange between Roderick and Thrain, Desmond multiple times like either grabbed onto the table, grabbed onto the armrest, or each actually grabbed onto Roderick's arm and just he just adjusted himself.
Nell's just looking back and forth between the two of them, like, oh boy.
And he takes another sip, then adjusts himself again.
Yeah. And as Roderick's over there playing it cool and Thrain, you're looking at him, Thrain, you just so happen to turn gaze over to Desmond. Desmond's eyes are fully dilated. You usually have your mask off, right?
But you can't see shit!
Yeah.
He doesn't have whites! It's just black!
It is just black, isn't it? How would that work?
I guess his eyes...
His eyes turn
There's a
white.
difference of, like, he could just have his eyes, instead of being, like, you know, normal, they're just, like, seem like he's holding them extra wide open, like...
Yeah, his eyes are just normally he's just like squinting or just have like tired eyes. Now they just fully open. He's just
Like an
staring.
alert cat.
Right.
So trying to look up animals that actually have black eyes to see, and it looks like there's still a color difference between the pupil and black eyes. Like there's like a shade
Reflective-ish.
difference. So I'm gonna stand by what I said on that. You look at him and his eyes are dilated, but to Megan's point, he's holding them open more. Desmond, you start hearing like scratching sounds. And they always sound like they're right at your peripheral. And when you turn your head to look, you hear the sound from your peripheral again.
After like 2 or 3 just quick glances, then back at the group, then another quick glance. He starts adjusting himself in his seat, leaning forward. Then every once in a while, he'd be like, "Are you serious?" A few seconds later, just like, "Really?"
Nell's just got a shit-eating grin right now. It's just like, are you good?
Everyone is so rude here.
Look at Roderick.
Yeah, so
You guys get different shit.
Somebody's tolerance is a little higher than the others, I suppose.
Fair. Now this is funny. I want to watch this.
He like spins
Start
his
the
glass a
Desmond.
little bit.
So he finished his, and he's had like 4 sips.
maybe that's the trick. Not supposed to sip it. Guess we'll never know. Thrain. Smirks.
Buy mine and I'll try it.
Ooh.
It's only 5. Can you? It's only 5 silver.
I'll pass over 5 silver. Slide it over at him with a smirk.
I'll make sure everybody's fine. You do what you please.
Slide out. Walking up one more. Chilled, please.
He gives you a nod and a smile, and he walks back, pulls out the bottle, pops the cork, walks over, slides open the bay, pulls out another cup, pours it up, passes it over to you, and you see it go from that like cloudy to like clear. And he says, and Suki says that your food will be right up.
Thank you.
While all of that's happening, Roderick's gonna look over it now like, this shit's good.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Do I fuck with Roderick?
The answer to that question is always yes. It's never a no.
If you're thinking of buying 2 and then
Nope.
shooting them both immediately, please.
Nope. I'm gonna walk past Roderick. Put my hand on his shoulder as I sit down, mumbling something, cast Lesser Restoration. On Roderick.
That cool, calm feeling that you had, Roderick, immediately just ends. Like all of a sudden you're back in the desert, you feel warm, you're like, and now you just got like this strong alkaline taste in the back of your throat.
And I'll sit down.
Put it back.
I've seen Thrain cast this before.
Mm-hmm. He'll sit down and take a sip.
Gonna fucking no sell it again.
What are you selling?
Acting like it didn't phase him either way.
Does your face change at all when I do
point
that?
everybody's attention to chat. To the dice chat, the die rolls.
Mm-hmm.
John, I need another D20.
Aw.
So that was a shit performance. He very clearly had a moment of like back tumbling. Aw, I'm fine.
So, Roderick, after you realize what Thrain has done, you start trying to act like you still got a buzz, but you like oversell it, like think of like D-rate horror movies, and they have someone that's actually trying to be like super emotional, like that level of overselling it, like you're just kind of buzzed. You're like, oh man, I'm so feeling this. Nothing you can do can take it away from me.
Once you realize what I did, do you give me any sort of look, or you just go straight and try to selling it?
Because I think I pulled it off, so why would I change the tactic?
Well, no, like before, like as soon as it hits you, do you immediately go into selling it, or do your face drop for a second and then go into selling it?
Yeah, his piss poor performance, there's a clear like realization and then going into it.
Okay. And then Thrain will just sit down and start taking a sip. Pull Desmond method. Do half and half. He'll drink half of it at once. Just drink half of it and then.
Sure, give me a con save. DC 12. All right.
Oh, this is so good.
Desmond and Thrain, can you both give me a D6 roll? Okay, so Thrain, you shoot half of it and you kind of give a look to Roderick, and as you pick the glass up to take another sip of it, you're looking at Roderick through the bottom of the glass, and all of a sudden you see Roderick's head like start like goes like to like an egg shape and then back to normal, and then you like pull the glass down, and as you're looking at Roderick, all of a sudden like you said you're facing the door?
Yes.
So you're facing the door looking at Roderick. All of a sudden the door looks like it's getting pushed further and further away from you. And all of a sudden, like, you can feel your eyes dilating. You haven't felt this way since, like, you were young, like, experiencing dwarven ale for the first time and overdoing it. You haven't really felt like this since then.
So right after birth.
Yeah, exactly. You're 5.
The oddest sound will come out of Thrain. You'll hear a giggle. Watching Roderick's head.
And both Desmond and Thrain, independently yet somehow together, anytime you look at your hands, they appear to shrink and grow in size. And any sort of task that you try doing right now that involves using your hands, you're gonna like fumble to try to do because you're trying to grab it with like Mickey Mouse gloves at one moment and then Donald Trump hands at the next.
They're looking at Thrain with his eyes on the like looks over at Nell like, oh, he's fucked up.
Oh, this is good. Oh, I needed some time where we were idiots.
Desmond goes to take another drink, hits his cheek, and slides it to his mouth.
I didn't miss, you missed.
And a few moments later, the gentleman at the bar walks over, and he puts down 2 platters. One of them, a very large bird. I say very large, not like it's taking up the whole table, but like larger than like a Thanksgiving turkey. A large bird he puts on the table, and then he puts another thing on the table that is just sort of a plate of sliced meat, and it's just in a circle, and then there's like a sauce in the middle of it. And he points down to the sauce and he's like, if any of y'all are allergic to rattlesnake venom, I'd advise you not to use the sauce. And then he just...
Isn't everyone allergic to rattlesnake venom in that it is venomous?
No. Venom gets into your blood, not when you ingest it. The allergic reaction happens when you ingest it.
Okay.
I
But
don't think any of us have had it, so one way to find out.
if you start feeling your lips tingly, I wouldn't have any more.
Now, are Desmond or Thrain's lips already tingly?
Yeah, Desmond's gonna like look at it. I think I might be allergic.
You haven't even had any. How could you tell?
Brad will try to grab a piece of the rattlesnake.
Sure. You're like reaching for it, and like as you reach out, you see your hand like balloon up, and you like miss. And then all of a sudden, like, you, like, kind of, like, walk your fingers across the table to grab a piece of it.
Roderick's just looking at all this like, oh buddy.
Try to take a bite of it.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you dip it in the sauce?
I couldn't even grab it. I'm not going to try it.
Okay. I mean, if you take a bite of it, it almost has, like, sort of a chicken-like flavor to it, but it has almost like that flaky consistency of fish.
That is how snake is generally described.
Roderick's
before,
going to definitely grab some, get a nice helping of sauce, and he says he's enjoying the Thrain and Desmond show.
Yeah, Nell is not hesitant at all about eating any of the food. They are very excited about trying new things. Sure.
Yeah.
It's not like they don't have lay on hands to be like, oh no.
So y'all make the decision on if you have any sort of adverse reactions to it or not. But regardless, the sauce itself it has almost a fruity flavor to it, but it almost makes your mouth numb for a moment. Sort of like if you've ever had like Szechuan sauce, like real Szechuan sauce, not like the fake shit that you get at the store where they say it is, but it doesn't actually have any of the fucking Szechuan pepper in it. But like real Szechuan where it makes your mouth kind of numb for a moment, it has that sort of effect.
You sound a little salty about that, Cliff.
Right?
Dude, I'm so salty about it. There's no good Szechuan place around here. But I still like the taste of like the fake Szechuan, so it's not all a loss, but like I want my mouth to go numb.
No.
Desmond like fumbles with something in his lap for a full minute, then finally lifts a fork, then aims for
Just let me know if you want help.
He like moving his hand left and right. I hardly need help eating. And then gets a piece.
So, how are we all sitting? So I'm guessing Roderick's across from me because of the staring contest we've had, and I'm staring at him then the door.
I imagined that it was like a booth and that Nell and Thrain were facing the door and Roderick and Desmond were facing the bar.
Yeah, I mean it's just a circular table with 4 wooden chairs around it. So yeah, it would be similar to what you said, Megan. Like 2 of you be one on side, 2 on the other. So I'm assuming it would be Thrain here, Roderick would be here, and then like Desmond and Nell would be on the other cardinal corners.
Thrain will put his hand right next to Desmond on the table. If you need it to stop, I can try.
Desmond like pauses for a second, just then goes back to
Oh my god, they're so cute. Nell did in fact say that.
That's why I have to hide it.
Oh yes, just too pretty.
Indeed.
Thrain forgetting that it's a hallucinogenic in his glass, will just drink the rest of it. Like an ale.
Oh no.
And then it'll hit him like, oh, shit. Oh well.
It's so sweet. I might get another glass.
What is it like?
The door is like intruded right now.
Are
That's
you
not.
saying that the door now leads to Truded?
No, it feels like the Trudeds walk away.
Oh.
Going specifically going like this too. And then your head, it just goes weird. Whoa, weird.
Oh, boy.
Oh goodness gracious.
And then sometimes have giant hands, and sometimes about half this size. Just staring at his hand the whole time.
For some reason, Desmond, while he's talking, you're seeing his hands doing it too.
Desmond's just like nodding in complete agreement. Your hands are pretty weird.
Are your hands weird?
He like puts up his hands. What did you do to me? You infected me with your hands.
See, he's over there casting spells. Uh-huh. You saw it.
Are you still trying to sell it, or you just gave up on that?
Oh, he gave up. The moment Thray looked fucked up, he was like, oh, it's fine. We're good now.
You hear the voice from across the bar, and he's like, "How's the food, everyone?"
Nell's got a mouthful of bird at the moment, just thumbs up.
It is good.
I don't think we're gonna die.
That's great, buddy.
He gives you a nod, and he goes, "It's what I aim for every day."
I feel like Desmond like answered that like 3 minutes later.
You gotta move down to
Man,
a
the
conversation.
funny-
He's like, "I'm not gonna die."
The funniest shit to me has to be watching Sin's description of it all and like the back and forth of the hands and knowing that's exactly how I was when I had too much edible. Fucking flailing. John's like, please stop.
I'd say that's the description of falling. I'm like, yes. I've been there. It is a great time.
After a little bit, Nell's just kind of like sitting there looking like they're contemplating it. And they take out a silver and they're gonna flip it. I don't know what's on the silvers, if there's a proper heads or tails, but we're gonna go on this
Well,
default
D2.
evens as they do it. Nope. They don't say anything about it. They just take out the coin, they flip it, look at the result, just put it back in their pocket, and continue like nothing happened.
Do you catch it, or does it land on the table?
They catch it.
Desmond
Okay.
collapsed.
Awkwardly.
Right? This is the first time.
Okay, never mind then.
And you hear the chair from across the room screwed across the wood floor. You see this figure stand up, who is this large half giant, and he pulls a coin out from his chest pocket, and he slams it down on the table, and he's like, "All right, Bedford, I'll see you again next week." And he tips his hat, and he walks out the front door. And other than that, it's a absolutely quiet time inside the little saloon. And you know, as you guys are finishing up your food, he comes over and he'll take the plates and whatnot out of the way. And then, unless you all have something else planned with it, after you're all done with that, head back outside. Sun's already sort of shifted towards set, and temperature's starting to get a little bit cooler. Thrain, as soon as you stand up, all of a sudden it's just like, and the room's back to like its normal size. Like it just all hits you at once. But both of you, as you're leaving, you still, you've regained most of your faculty, but like, for whatever reason, like as you're looking at your hand, you still see it sort of.
Walk up to the bar. How much for the food?
3 gold for everything.
Put 5 on the counter.
Gives you a little smile. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
How are the two of them walking?
For the most part, they should be fine. I mean, if you're studying it, you're probably seeing a little bit of like wobbliness to it, but like for the most part, they've regained their faculties with it. True to the description, it is a mild hallucinogenic. It wears out relatively quick, but that the hand thing's the only thing that's sticking with them just a little bit longer.
He's walking like.
Roger will be walking like slightly behind Thrain, like he's ready to catch him as they're walking, but he's still taunting him as he's walking with him.
Nell's attempting to lead the way because we definitely can't have the hallucinating ones lead the way, but they're constantly looking over their shoulder and just like smiling ear to ear, enjoying the show, basically.
You guys,
Every time Noah looks back, Desmond looks back too.
you got Desmond slow motion shadow boxing. Thrain reaching at nothing. Yeah, and you all hop on your horse, and outside of that, it's a relatively uneventful day 3.
The chairs in that place were awful, and they need to fix that scratching.
Scratching?
I know. Desmond rides off. Yeah.
That's the wrong way!
Yeah.
Rides over a sand dune. On Nell's horse. No, it's not that bad. You guys aren't that fucked up.
No, it's funnier though.
That's just regular Desmond.
Yeah. The desert heat getting to him now. You know, you ride for a little bit longer, since how you had that, you know, that moment of sort of reprieve while in the saloon. Ride a little bit longer than you normally would into the night. The desert's remarkably, like, bright at night even. There's hardly any cloud cover, and the moon just kind of lights everything up. And because you're so far from outside light sources and any populace at all, like once your eyes get adjusted to it, like you can see basically the same distance you can in daytime at night, because it's lit up so well. So you ride on a little bit longer than you normally would, and you make camp that night. Any discussions or anything you all have night 3?
I guess at this point, once Thrain and Roderick were asleep, Nell would go to have a slightly private conversation with Desmond where they're going to bring up something they've been noticing. So, I don't really know how to bring this up. I'm also not sure if I'm understanding what I'm feeling right because I've not.
Desmond like sits up and looks at Neil.
I don't know. I've never. Since I've gained the skill, I've not felt it before. But
Now I'm
since
confused. What?
since intruded when Roderick tried to kill himself, and we were in the Omni Church, and I used my divine sense. You pinged undead. Have you been experimenting on yourself, or did something happen? I've been checking every single day.
Undead.
You still
What
are.
does that mean?
Part of my paladin gifts is I can sense celestial, fiend, good, evil, and undead. And every time I push out my divine sense, you're undead.
You used this before.
And you weren't. I know you do research in the night, so I wasn't sure if you were doing something to yourself.
Desmond like stands up and holds a finger up to their chin and starts pacing. What could I have done to myself to make myself? No, I haven't done anything.
I wanted to bring it up in a private scenario like this, just in case it was something you didn't want to discuss with the others. And I also didn't want to set off panic because, people don't usually handle the whole undead thing very well. And kind of a private matter on your end, too. You deserve to know before they do. I don't know what's happening. Granted, since I've gained divine sense, I've not encountered someone undead, so that's why I waited so long to bring it up. But I'm able to, a few times a day, push out the sense, and every single day I've done it and paid attention, and it's still telling me you're undead.
The only thing I can think of is the Shadowfell's curse maybe catching up to me. But
You're not there.
and Desmond like pulls his mask out from his back and looks at it. Maybe I've been too relaxed. Might have let my emotions get the better of me.
Oh.
Then he slowly puts back on the mask.
If you want, we can have Thrain confirm it, as he is a cleric. It's not like they also don't have skills that would pertain to the undead.
And Desmond like stops pacing. His hands like go back to his like noble posture with him behind his back. I understand. We can try that in the morning.
No, don't, Desmond. I didn't mean this in a way of the I understand. I'm not trying to force you to do anything. This is obviously a personal matter.
Desmond like puts a hand up. It's not a force. I agree. I want to know what's going on as well. Until we have an actual answer, I need to keep myself in check. If my people lose themselves to their emotions, they can turn into the Sorrow Sworn. And if that's happening to me, I need to lock them down. Until then, I need to be careful and hope we figure something out. And he goes back to his posture, gives a nod to Nell.
Nell definitely looks troubled by it all, but eventually nods. They don't want him to have to bottle it all up and cut himself off from his emotions, but understand the necessity.
If you find any more information, I would appreciate you swiftly informing me.
Absolutely. Sorry, I didn't want to be wrong. I didn't want to bring it up and be wrong.
Understandable. Thank you. And turns around and heads back to his tent.
And now Nell is pacing with their hands on their head, just like, I fucked it up. I did not word this right. God damn it. Even though they probably did fine, they don't. But they're gonna be up earlier than usual.
All right, Desmond, describe yourself as a vampire. No, I'm joking. Yeah. So unless anyone else has anything to add to it, Nell, you'd have a restless night, kind of dwelling on the conversation. And for you, morning would probably come early.
I would take it that Brain and Shogun's talk were happening, let's see, 1, 2 days in a row. So we're on the 3rd day now, or going to the 4th day. Right?
This is, you're finishing night 3.
Okay. Depending on the reaction from that last message.
You get no response from that last message.
Do I know? The creature isn't. So I wouldn't know if it didn't arrive. Okay. Okay.
The message
Right
says
before
red, whatever that means. No.
I was trying to see if the spell has anything in the wording that says you as the sender would know if the message was never sent or received.
Yeah, you just get no response.
Okay. And then right before going to bed, he'll reach out again.
Okay. With what?
I'm working on it.
All right, then. Sleep, wake. Nell, give me a Constitution save.
I mean, I'll do it, but Nell didn't really sleep.
Right, I know.
You said check?
Yeah, or save. It doesn't matter. If you have a higher thing for a save, that's fine.
I don't.
Yeah, so you're, Nell wakes up, or arises a little tired, but no exhaustion. But definitely you feel that the morning
like
came
shit.
way quicker than it should have. You guys do your morning routine. Head out. Day 4's
Does
travel.
Desmond bring it up? Nope, not Safrina yet.
Nope.
Okay.
All right. Day 4 travel, uneventful. About midway through the day, you do see a sign for Sandscale. And it almost looks like it was a sign that like someone made for it. Like it doesn't look like it's official. It looks like it's sort of crafted. Letting you know that you're, only roughly a day's travel away. Thrain, at what point during the day would you have sent that?
Right before going to bed.
Of day 4 or day 3? Because
Day
the one message you didn't
three.
get a response for would have been day 3's, right?
Beginning of day 3, so end of day 4. So yeah.
Okay, so as you're headed to camp at day 4 is when you would do it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So if you send it as you're camping on the night of day 4, well, before we get there, anybody doing anything during the day's travel that is worth note?
Now, are we covering like all the days that we already decided, like when we're doing like
Yeah.
crafting and gathering? Okay, yeah. So then nothing.
This is
extra.
just giving the chance for RPs.
Right.
And I have a interim solution for that going forward, but we already covered that for this trip.
Yep.
So if you send it on the night of day 4, night 4,
Yep.
night of day 4 sounds better to me. We're gonna go with that. If you send it then,
It would be right as dusk is starting to set in, so it's not too late. Just
okay. So you would get a response. But now I gotta put it in 25 words.
You don't have to. We can just cut off.
Ah, nice and easy. Okay. I just almost sent that. Ooh, okay. Does Thrain act upon this at all, or do you guys just make camp and go about your night?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm gonna get Thrain tonight.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Hold on, I think I might have that track somewhere. Sirens
Get
don't
Thrain.
come
Get Thrain. Like I need my gun.
No.
I mean, Nell tried to chop off his beard, so
No, stay ready.
Perfect timing, Desmond, though.
So after everyone like finishes setting up camp, Desmond's gonna walk up to Thrain and I guess more rigid than he's been. Just say, Thrain, may I have a time of may I request some of your time, please?
Does he say it like that?
Hmm?
Always. What's going on? You're different. You're off.
Hold up a finger. Nell, if you don't mind.
Nell sighs, knowing exactly what this conversation is, and walks over, gives a half-hearted smile at Thrain.
I would like for you to possibly inspect me using your divination. Now you have a better grasp on the situation.
Nell sighs, shakes their head, and just sets off their divine sense again. Still getting the undead, I'm sure. And they go, lately when I've been using my divine sense, it has been telling me that Desmond is undead. And he has absolutely no idea how or when this could have happened, and I'm not sure if I'm sensing it wrong. I just need a second opinion. He needs a second opinion. Something's going on.
Brain takes a second. I don't have anything prepared that I can just confirm that Nell's not making any mistakes. Can in the morning, but I can try something that's I would consider risky.
I'm willing to lend you an ear.
All I have is the divine ability to turn undead.
What all does that entail?
You try to get as far away from me as you can. For a minute. Also, Cliff, I think that save is broken. I know my saving throw is a lot stronger than 11. Because I have other wisdom saving throws that are 15.
Yeah, it should be 15.
I thought so. I don't know why it's sitting at 11.
Probably scrolled it accidentally.
It probably needs to be updated manually.
Hmm.
Hold on.
Desmond like slightly nods. I'll allow it, or whether I resist it or not, I should still feel some effect if what Nell says is true.
I don't know this area enough where I can just trust your safety.
I'll go with him.
No, I have another idea. You try to restrain him. Just not hurting. Just hold him in place.
They look to Desmond to see if that's something that they would consent to.
And still with the mask, you don't really get any expressions or anything, just a
That
slow
wasn't to
turn
know,
to you,
so
a slow turn back. I'll allow it.
I'm assuming Roderick is aware of all of this is happening right now.
I mean, you watched your three friends now standing together having a conversation. It's up to you
Yeah.
if you joined in.
Yeah, he joined in. He's not being left out. So, quick question. How long have you been sensing him being undead?
Tight smile. Well, I first noticed it intruded when we were cleaning up after you set up your meeting. And I've just been mentally trying to reconfirm it ever since.
So we could have been roaming around with a zombie all this time and didn't think we should know about that.
We would have known if he was a zombie.
When he started eating us in our sleep.
Face palm.
This feels like me explaining cannibalism.
Which you did poorly.
Exactly.
No, that's just. We could pick you up some educational materials on zombies if you would like to learn more about how that works, but that's not it.
Okay. Yeah. No. Go ahead, Thrain. Do what you do. Desmond, I'm rooting for you, but if you start in, I'm gonna shoot you because you're a zombie, and if I were a zombie, I'd want you to do the same thing. Friendly gesture.
Desmond slow nods. I appreciate the gesture.
You're welcome. Pulls out a gun, points it at your head.
And just so you know, Cliff, if for any other reason, this is anybody who can see or hear me within 30 feet.
Yep.
Person off in the distance.
Oh no!
Dude, I need the combat tracker for this so I can know who I'm targeting. Make sure I'm only.
You don't need to target anybody. Just what does it look like? So you pull your holy symbol out, and then what?
I just hold it out and say a prayer. A specific prayer that I would learn at a very young age.
Okay. Is this in Dwarvish or is it in Common?
Dwarvish. All his brain's prayers would be in Dwarvish. For anything of a spell, anything that would be in Dwarvish.
Okay. And please, someone say yes so I can put Adam on the spot. Does anybody speak Dwarvish?
I think I
Boo.
only
All right, so-
Elvish.
You could still put him on the spot. You're allowed to do that.
Well, yeah, but like... if
You
no
are
one
the
can
DM.
If no one can understand it, it doesn't matter. Then you would just have meta knowledge that no one else would have. So, Thrain pulls out the holy symbol and begins saying a prayer in Dwarvish. Does anything happen? Like, do you see, like, is there any effect as you start doing this?
It's 2 words. It's just, you pull out the symbol. Fuck off.
That's what I was thinking too.
No.
Close.
No, I was just trying to see, put it in chat.
Yeah. Close. You got the first letter of the first word right. So
Uh,
does anything happen?
From my, hang on, I don't remember what my holy symbol is. I don't have to pull it out that much. It's right, an amulet. An amulet. I'll pull it out from underneath his armor, and it'll just start glowing. Regular light, because it's nothing to do with his actual death domain. It just starts glowing really bright for a second, and then just collapses in on itself.
Nell's
Sure.
hands are like rested on Desmond's shoulders, like preparing to need to, but like half unsure if it's going to happen.
So as the light shines its brightest out of the amulet, Desmond, please give me a wisdom saving throw, DC 15.
He did say he would try to not resist, but if this is like an automatic thing, then
I mean, you can choose to fail any saving throw. That's a weird thing to do, but you can do it.
okay. Then yeah, he would like kind of just shut off everything and just let whatever overtakes him happen.
So as this amulet sparks this bright light, as you see it for a brief second, you feel this chill run up your spine, and your fight or flight reflexes kick in to just flight. And all of a sudden, you just tell your like your body would be telling you like you just need to get the fuck out of there. So per the description of Turn Undead, all you can do is use your dash ability to get the fuck out of there, unless something is trying to prevent you from getting the fuck out of there, in which you can try to break free of whatever's trying to stop you from getting the fuck out of there. So yeah. So immediately as this flash hits, as it collapses in on itself, like in that instant, you would feel Desmond begin to run the opposite direction.
And it's just contesting strength check, right?
Your strength versus their agility.
Yeah, I think it's your athletics specifically versus agility or athletics.
Oh, okay. Have fun with that. Boo. That's a shit roll on my end.
So yeah, so Desmond, you can either do a athletics or acrobatics.
This one you can't fail on purpose.
He's going.
Yeah. So now you like have your hand resting on Desmond's shoulder. You see the light flash, and then like for a moment you sort of just relax your grip, like just thinking like nothing happened. And as that light collapses in on itself, and all of a sudden like this prayer sort of echoes out, you just feel Desmond's shoulder from under your grip just gone, and as you turn around, you see him trekking through the sand.
And they're just cursing in Elvish and doing their best to dash after him.
Taking a shot.
Go for the legs, please.
If you're taking a shot, you could take a shot.
Goddamn zombies. Don't worry, Desmond, buddy. I ain't gonna let the undead take you. He does look very remorseful.
Oh,
So
Wow.
remorseful.
Right?
So remorseful. He's
Desmond,
so fast.
I didn't know you cared so much. Damn.
Desmond, you take off running, and then all of a sudden you hear the sound of a revolver just ring out into the desert sky.
Starts running.
Technically, Roderick has 2 attacks. All right. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh,
Don't
you
make
barely
this
hit.
any harder, buddy.
He didn't say non-lethal.
and then as Desmond takes damage, he stops.
Yep. Well, as you stop, as you feel this piercing burn in your back as you're running, Desmond, and all of a sudden that feeling that was compelling you to just get the fuck out of there just is gone. Like there's no sense of it left, and in its place is just this remarkable pain in your back.
Desmond like stumbles forward and falls onto his knees, and you all hear.
Nell
off
does
the
not stop in
distance-
time. Does not notice him collapsing. Just fucking plows into him, trying to catch him again.
He's like, I surrender.
Desmond's trampled over, and he's just laying there. Everyone just hears him scream, "Fuck!" Then he puts up a hand. Roderick, if you please. I am me again. Can you please refrain from any more attacks?
Nell is going to use lay on hands to heal Desmond.
Walk up now, make it quick.
Dwayne will step in front of Roderick.
Roderick's my ride or die.
You're about to die.
Oh, y'all fake
Right.
friends. Roderick's willing to do what it takes. Just picture Roderick just red face, just fully tears streaming, as he's reloading the gun. I know what I need to do. I'm just not sure if I'm strong enough to do it.
Hey, what's Nell doing?
They'll apologize profusely for tackling him and used lay on hands to heal his wounds. And just has a mixture of like empathy, regret, and confusion just clearly displayed across their faces. They're just looking at Desmond, just unknowing what to say or do.
Desmond like dusts himself off, stand up, sighs, puts a hand on Nell's shoulder, and just a slow nod, and takes a step and stops. It's okay now. We'll figure this out. Then puts his hands behind his back and walks up to Thrain. Thank you for that, Thrain.
He has a very sorrowful look on his face.
You as well, Roderick.
I'm gonna miss you, buddy.
He holds up a hand. If I am unable to speak, I give you full permission to execute me, but for now, keep it loaded.
Roderick's going to look down like at Desmond. Is there a little blood splatter where he got hit?
Oh yeah, there'd still be like the bullet hole and there'd still be the blood stain on his attire and the hole in the outfit, unless he pressed the digitation while he was walking with his hands behind his back.
Wait, dude. Does
No.
undead bleed?
At the moment, he hasn't cleaned up or anything yet.
Thrain, does undead bleed?
When Nell put their hands on him for lay on hands, was it warm?
Yeah.
The blood.
Yeah. I mean, everything about this still, like, to everybody but Roderick, this is still Desmond. Roderick's
Very
already
confu-
reading funeral rites.
Nell's shaking their head. When I used my lay on hands and my hand obviously touched the wound in the blood, It's not like you're not warm and your blood is anything more than or different. It's the same. You're still you.
Like next full moon, he turns or something. Like how?
I don't know. And there's more to undead than just zombies.
Here you go, Cliff. This is better than what I used before.
So, Desmond, do you have any particular cravings right now?
I do not.
Okay. just continuously looking at you suspiciously. Wait, now what other kind of undead are there?
Well, he's certainly not a ghoul. 'Cause those are very different. He's been out in the daylight without issues, so not a vampire. I think. Nell's searching their mind. Is there something you want me to roll to think about what kinds of undead there are? Because Megan can't off the top of their head.
Sure. You could roll religion, history, arcana. Your choice.
History.
Yeah, I mean, Nell starts just pontificating on different types of undead that they could be. None of which would fit the description of Desmond.
No, in the morning, I want to try something.
Understood.
That I'll need your divine sense for.
Not a problem.
I just picture
Wait.
Nell like Bubba from Forrest Gump. Just rattling off all the different types of shrimp.
Fried shrimp.
It's like
Oh, God.
Bodak, Skull Lord, Skeleton, Death Tyrant, Ghoul. Lich, Demi-Lich.
Wait, what about me and Thrain? Do we come off as weird in your sense thing?
And say, if you were undead, you would have been running just the same as he did. Nell as well. Anybody nearby.
Technically, Nell did run.
Roderick made a 3 on that intelligence roll, just saying. Or a 2, rather.
Right. So only the people that ran we should be suspicious of. His eyes are darting back and forth.
Nell will sleep like shit tonight as well. Trying to mentally recant and figure out how this could have happened, when this could have happened.
Sure.
Trying to figure out when the last time they used Define Sense was before they first noticed this.
Sure.
But they probably can't.
Anybody else doing anything for the night?
No.
Well, until we figure out what's going on, going to suggest that certain people, not naming any names, do not take night watch alone. Just maybe.
problem. Hear that, Desmond? You're getting out of night watch.
I will retire to my tent the way we used to do watch. I apologize. I won't be helped tonight. He nods to everyone and walks into his tent.
Nell's just immediately just pacing around the fire, not knowing how to proceed.
All right. Y'all have another night's rest. Now, can I please get another con save?
I love this because I have no idea what's going on.
You again wake up feeling like you didn't get much sleep at all, still thinking about this all night. On the morning of day 5, Thrain, what did you want to do?
Brain, sorry.
Yes, that's you.
I'm doing what you told me to do a while ago, is separating out my death domain spells that are always prepared. Because I need to change up spells right now. And I need to know what spells I can get rid of and what I have to keep.
But you don't got to do that to do whatever you're gonna do. You just use the spell and say that that's the one you have out right now.
Yeah. I was going to walk up to Desmond and say, "May I?" And as a hand, I'm gonna press it. Push a hand. Set a hand on him.
He's like, do as you. Okay.
They're just pretty much asking permission before, actually. And then I'm going to cast Protection from Good and Evil.
Was this your risky one you were talking about?
No, the risky one was the
He's
Divine
taking
Domain.
off into this fucking nighttime desert alone.
Oh.
wherever he's gonna go in 600 feet.
Desmond is actually better. That Nell didn't succeed on that grapple. Any means necessary is he has his fucking, 12 teleports he can use.
Only action you can use is dash.
Dash and whatever you need to do to break free.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't be able to use any of those. It'd just be dash, dash, dash.
So
Although I guess
panicked your mind doesn't work.
One could argue that using that would be a way to break free.
Yeah, that is true.
But anyways, yeah, you cast Protection from Good and Evil and nothing happens.
And then I'm going to cast Detect Good and Evil. And see if I see anything from Desmond.
Oh, no.
Well, Desmond and Roger gonna lighten up like Christmas trees.
If you do detect evil and good, which I hate that it's called detect evil and good and not good and evil, that really irks me. Then you would detect undead right in front of you.
Looking around, anybody else have anything on them? Including myself. Because it's self-cast spell, and then anything within 30 feet of me.
No. Well, hold on. So actually, this is kind of funny. You can sense desecration on Roderick.
Ew. Clean yourself up.
His eyes will lock on Desmond. No. I don't know what your divine sense does, but I use detect evil and good. In Roderick, still staring at Roderick, has been magically desecrated. I don't know if you can sense that or what that even means.
I
Is it
can sense
radiating
good,
from his
evil.
scars?
I can sense celestial, fiend, and undead. If I
Okay.
can see them, I can sense them. And
Okay.
that's about it.
I could this be No, I can't see that. It doesn't do that.
Would the aura be radiating from his carvings?
I don't know. Roderick,
Hmm?
do you mind?
He was totally not paying attention. He's sitting there like scrubbing all the sand out of his goggles and everything.
Even though I said your name multiple times and was staring at you the whole
No, I
time?
didn't. I thought you were offside doing that. Like,
No,
oh.
because you're within 30 feet of me, I locked eyes on you, and then I was talking to Nell, still staring at you. I don't know if I locked eyes. I was staring at you.
Gotcha.
Nell would use their divine sense and just feel towards Roderick and see if there's anything different than what they usually pick up off of him.
And he's like, oh, well, fair's fair. He like pulls out his guns and puts under his chin.
No. No.
Like, no,
No.
I'll wait till after this is just in case, she said. It says yes, then. Yeah.
It's different. Completely different than Desmond. Do you mind taking off your shirt? I want to look at those inscriptions again.
Strip bitch.
Could have bought me a drink first.
I did yesterday.
That's true. All right. Takes off his shirt.
So Nell, your divine sense lasts a minute. Or does it not say how long it lasts for?
It doesn't say how long it lasts for. It just says effect features. And you can do this, 1 plus your charisma modifier a day.
So I'm going to ask this very specifically. Did the conversation where Thrain told Roderick to take his shirt off happen before or after Nell uses their divine sense?
I mean, I kind of did interrupt Adam to say Nell did it, so we'll say we'll wait till after.
Then you would sense the desecration on Roderick as well.
I didn't even realize I could sense desecration.
You can if you can see it. But if it's covered, like under a shirt, you would not be able to.
Oh, you're right. Something is off. But it usually doesn't pick up. I think it might be... They're just like vaguely gesturing for where the words are.
Hey, Cliff.
Yeah.
This is the first time that we've seen Roderick with his shirt off since we lost out on one of our powers. Does that one look any different?
Yes. instead of it being like an actual like fresh carving like the rest of them still look, it looks like a fully healed like scar.
You're healing, Roderick.
I should hope so. This crap has been on me a while. Rather itchy, too.
Does Thrain still have a mark on him from where he was hit with that hammer
He does not.
in his dream? That's what I thought.
Do
Wait,
we,
no. You know the type of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity. So I don't know if, because it says you know the type that you sense, I would know the type of undead. Because
No,
it says
you
you
would-
know the
you-
type, and then parenthesis celestial fiend undead.
Yeah, you would know if it is celestial, fiend, or undead.
Got
So
it.
you know it is undead.
Got it.
And also you can sense if there is consecrated or desecrated grounds or objects, and you sense desecration on Roderick.
So I'm surprised we're not all coming up as desecrated. Nell's hand kind of moves to where the scratch from the abyss kiss mark would have been.
Yeah. That's
Does it still feel cold to the touch?
Yes.
So weird.
is Sirenscape whispering?
Yes.
Okay. Because I haven't just loud enough where I can hear it whisper, but nothing
You're like,
else.
I'm losing it.
let's not waste too much time on this. Does anyone have any other ideas they would like to try?
I did what I needed to do. Let's clear level 4 plus
Hey.
5 equals.
Just saying, I didn't run, and I also haven't been messing around with stuff, and this happened to me against my, my will. Just putting it out there. He's just continuing to like bitch under his breath while he's putting his stuff back on.
Well, then let's
just continue our
proceed
journey.
to Sandscale.
Jinx.
All right. Then you all pack up, continue your journey out. After only a few hours travel, you start seeing off in the distance the large sandstone walls of Sandscale. And as you get within a couple dozen yards of the gate, off to your right, you can see that there is this large tree planted around this oasis, and there are these giant sandstone pillars that reach out in an arch and basically touch together right behind the tree, and you can see that this is some sort of a memorial that's built there. And there's a sign that is written in multiple languages that reads, drink here upon Drink here upon the waters of Sandscale, for these waters were not brought to you by religion, but rather brought to you by science.
Nell heeds nothing to this as, you know, they continue to head in.
All right. Well, if y'all ain't stopping there and you continue, then you make your way up to these large, towering gates of Sandscale, and we will pause here for a 10-minute break. So be right back.
Mm-hmm.
And can they still hear us on the screen? You are muted.
Yes, they can still hear us.
Okay.
Yeah, I still haven't quite figured out how to fix that. So yeah.
So no shit talking chat. Okay.
I mean, you can. They'll just hear you.
Yeah, good point.
I'm not sleepy, you are.
Huh? Oh yeah, no, not at all. See, you weren't here for this, but before I got home, only thing I've had today is 2 monsters and a slice of pizza.
Unacceptable.
But I got the motor in and done today. And I didn't realize how messed up my hand is from that. I mean, I always have some bumps and bruises, but this one was a little extra.
Was it a shitty manufacturer or something?
No, I don't know what happened. I know what happened. I don't know why it happened. So one of the valves came out of its hole, and the piston shoved it up into the intake.
What the fuck?
So I didn't know that until earlier today, when I was moving the intake around, taking stuff off of it, and the valve rod fell out of the intake.
Oh.
Because I saw some metal fragments, so I'm replacing the intake.
So you ain't got
And
this
then
thing done yet?
Oh, it's done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's done. And I was like, okay, let me shake it some more. Pieces of the valve head came out of the intake. I'm like, oh, so that's what happened to that. It was a little broken.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Now it runs better, a lot better.
Nice.
John, you left your water on the kitchen counter.
Back.
Yeah, 2 minutes, go.
Right.
Less than that, probably about a minute and 15, not even.
You got a minute 40.
That's all. Only 7 seconds behind on stream.
Minute 35, 34, 33, 32.
I just hit a minute 30 on both of them. Warm.
I do like the screen.
And something that no one will notice if I don't point it out, someone pointed it out, is if you look on the bottom of the sword for the logo, I actually drew the back reflections of everybody, so you can see the back of Roderick's head. You can can't see Thrain at all. You can see the top of his head.
No, it's
You can see that you can see the back of Nell's head, but like Roderick's revolver is actually covering most of it, so that's why you see mostly just like the black of the revolver, not the orange with the hair. And I got 10 seconds to finish these almonds.
Sure, I got a mouthful of nuts.
That was smart. I grabbed the water.
Sin is hydrated. Mm-hmm.
I
It has
am
the potential to be.
hot.
We
AC
know
unit is
Desmond
blowing
thinks
on
he's
me.
hot. We already had that conversation tonight. What, you're just too pretty? Yes.
How can it be hot if he's undead?
Right? Answer that question, Mr. DM.
I mean, I've seen the art. Pretty sure he's still hot.
All right, so you all move past that giant tree in the monument in the oasis, and you head to the main gates of Dragonscale. And as you approach these gates, you can see that there's these whirling mechanisms that go up the side of it, controlling the actual gate itself. And there are two guards standing outside of it, and the gate itself is closed. And as you all approach, one of the guards steps forward and says, "Are you here on a spiritual journey, or do you have business?"
Spiritual journey.
And
Well, historical journey. Curious.
he gives you a little perched smile, and he's like, "And which lands do you hail from?"
I myself am from Numpton, but I've recently moved out this way.
True.
I assume the trip from Numpton through the Dragon Sands must have been quite the change.
I want to go back. It feels better up there.
You're not the first I've heard say that. I can assure you that we have amenities here that can, while maybe not replace the feeling of Numpton, at least make the desert sands more bearable.
Excuse me. It's good to hear.
And then looks to you and says, "And from Truded, that's near Durian, right?"
Yeah, it's closer to the river than Durian by a stretch, but yes.
How does a elf from Truded link up with a dwarf from Numpton?
You meet lots of people in your travels. You never know who you're going to run into in a tavern.
Is Desmond in his full...
Desmond's suited up like he was day one of the episode. Of the campaign.
And as you're talking, he kind of looks over at Desmond and he's like, "And what's your story?"
Slow head turn towards them. I hail from northern Aniratima. The deserts there near the main port are awfully similar to the ones here in Sandscale.
Aniratima. And are you coming from the Great Church?
Nothing like that. I have no religional ties.
I'm sure you may find others here that started their journey from Aniratima as well. Many people have come from all across Aragus and have chosen to make Sandscale their final destination. And then turns his gaze to Roderick. And where do you hail from?
Well, here and there.
Here and there?
Mhm.
Not familiar with that one. Where is that on Aniratima as well?
Just south of place humans call it.
Give me a deception roll.
What did you say? Because to me it sounded like garbling.
Yeah, same.
South of Nunya.
Okay.
He turns slowly, looks at the other guard, and he's like, apparently we have another funny man amongst us here. Do you study any of the College of Bardisms?
I've studied some bards in my time.
Hey!
He shakes his head at you, and he stands back, and he's like, make sure you all mind yourself here. If you're not from Amethil, you may not realize, but we're in the midst of a civil war, and tensions are a little bit higher than normal. I would hate for anyone's sense of humor to be misinterpreted. And he like looks behind him, and he does a motion in the air, and as he does, you hear this like buzzing sound, and then all of a sudden you see these gears on either side of the guards that are standing there start to wheel up from the bottom all the way up as they get increasingly larger, and then all of a sudden you hear the gate rock into motion, and it and the gate comes up, and as the gate comes up, you all get this sort of rush of cool air that blows out as Sandscale opens up to you.
Please don't steal it away from.
Stealing it.
I had it set up perfectly.
Damn bad.
Y'all set it up when I tell you to set it up. I have the power now.
Are we again entering through the south?
No, you are entering through the north.
God damn it.
You are all
In before we enter, in Nell's mind, they hear Desmond say, "Should I announce my presence here in the city in case we need to gain an audience with a noble?"
Considering we are currently wanted, I think it's best we avoid that until absolutely necessary.
Do you believe the guard or any others have made it this far faster than us?
You do have to remember that there is a transporter in Durian that leads directly to Sandscale.
I am aware.
That is all I mean by there's a chance. And I'd rather not accidentally start a fight we don't need to have when we're here just trying to research and hopefully finding another piece of the crown.
Just let me know if you wish for me to play that hand. It could gain us access to some places that are off limits.
Of course.
And Desmond starts walking in.
All right. And as you all walk into the city proper, you start seeing a lot more of the sort of mechanical whirlings as there's many turbines that are put together. You could see off in the distance water fountains, and the entire feeling of this area is cool, almost climate controlled within the walls. You feel the cool breeze that seems to be blowing from nowhere. The air smells almost like a beach. You almost get like a saltwater type smell from it. And immediately to your left as you walk in, you see this very grandiose building built with large sandstone bricks that are probably 4 feet by 6 feet each, and there's this large boot sign hanging there, and it has a carving in it that says the Obsidian Boot, and then underneath it says the first step or the last step depending on your direction.
Does this give off obvious signs of being a tavern or inn or?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh yeah.
If we end up staying anywhere, I would like to reside here, if that's okay.
Absolutely. I assume that would be the easiest thing for us to do. I was going to say, the first thing we should do is find a place to potentially spend the night. And would you look at that?
Yeah. And everybody go ahead and give me a perception roll, please.
At the second time today, I thought a 6 was a 9.
Nice.
Roderick, you're the only one who immediately notices that. So there's this surrounding of buildings as you walk in, and most of them are like single-story buildings. All of them of sandstone with like wood supports, and immediately in front of you, a couple 100 feet from the entrance of the gate, you see another large wall that at first glance you thought was just another wall like the surrounding external walls. But as you all move in a little bit further and you start heading towards the Obsidian Boot, you notice that the walls here look slightly different. And as you start to scan through, what you quickly realize is this large structure right in front of you is the Temple of Sandscale. And it spans the distance of like city blocks. It is probably the largest single structure you have ever seen in your life.
That is a architectural wonder.
But unless
Yeah,
Robert
like
tells you that, you didn't see shit, no.
So wait, no one else sees the city's blocks wide structure?
Everybody
They see a
else,
wall.
everybody else sees the wall, but it looks
Oh,
the structure of it's built almost like the city wall. Like it has the same
Okay.
type of structure as that. So it almost looks like just maybe like a partition of the city that's in front of you. But as you get closer, you realize that's not a partitioning wall. That is a building. And like as you start to see sort of there's like there's windows that have these large dubbing roofs off of it. And as you start to put it all together, like that's when it clicks to you that like this is the temple. But everybody else, unless they're really focusing on it, they're just seeing these large walls that look identical to the walls that you just passed through to get into the city.
He like squints and then like pulls his goggles down over his head and he's like making some adjustments.
So proud.
So proud. He loves these fucking things. And then he like keeps walking, just kind of casually leans over to Nell and whispers, you know, that's the temple right there. It's not a wall, you know.
By the gods. That is an architectural wonder.
They still said it.
I didn't even realize. That'll certainly be an obvious place to begin our search.
What time is it roughly? Is it early morning still or?
Early afternoon. Yeah, it was a few hour journey from camp until you got to the outskirts of it, so early afternoon, we'll say.
Should we check in first so we can make sure we have a room?
May as well.
Sure,
I failed
it
to see
wouldn't
that
hurt.
from being a problem.
And
Could use rest in a bed.
as you all walk inside of this building and the door closes behind you, you almost feel like you were teleported somewhere different. The heat from the desert completely cuts off. It's actually cool in here. The lighting inside is of a like a dim purple, and there's just little accents that have brighter lights that sort of highlight key details that you need. But the entire place, as soon as you walked in, all the sounds of the city shut off, and all you hear is just the chatter from the inside. The place, even early afternoon, is bustling. People there laughing, having a good time. And you could see where it sort of splits off into two directions for like lodging and for food.
And we split towards the lodging to procure rooms for the evening.
And as you approach towards that area, you see this elf that's there, and they're dressed in more like commoners' clothes, but like sort of just well-kempt commoners' clothes. And they give you a nod, and they're like, "Oh, good day to you all. Welcome to the Obsidian Boot. The first or the last step, depending on the direction you're heading. Will this be your first step for Dragon Sands or your last?"
First up.
First step of Sandscale, but we have only finally made it to here after traveling across the Dragon Sands for quite some time.
Well, as someone who's made the journey myself, I applaud you for making it this far. Many have not been so lucky, and there's been harrowing tales of people that have fell during the journey. Having been there, I can only assume you'd like a nice room, a hot meal, and a cold drink. And then he kind of smiles and he's like, "Not necessarily in that order."
Just a comfy bed right now. but other work we have to do still. So just wanted to check in back later
Secure a
for
room for
food.
the evening.
Certainly. And is this going to be 4 rooms, 2 rooms?
2.
Do you happen to have any upgraded suites?
He smiles and he leans in. He's like, but of course we do, yes. Is there anything in particular looking for? Any extra amenities or?
Nothing in particular. Just whatever you would recommend that is above standard.
All right. Well, we have the Palace Lodge.
Sure, I'll take that.
He's like about to say something else. And he's like, an excellent choice, sir.
You by yourself on that one, Desmond?
Yeah, Nell just kind of like puts a hand on Dez's arm. Is, given your condition, do you wish to have your room shared, or do you want to be alone?
For sleeping, I feel it is best that I am alone.
And so now nods.
If you're feeling ill from the travels, we do have bed maidens that we can send up.
That would have been like a whisper.
It's not ill. How much for the room?
For the Palace Suite, 10 gold a night.
How much for the bed maidens?
Damn it, Roderick.
The bed maidens are an hourly charge. So, depending on how long you wish their company, that will dictate the price. But they are 10 silver an hour.
Looks at the group.
You can do whatever you please. It's not as if we each can't afford our own rooms, Roderick.
Just a standard room, please.
That'll be 1 gold a night.
Mm-hmm.
Pass over a gold.
Desmond hands over a platinum, and as he does, may I inquire something about this place?
Of course.
Where do you get your name, the Obsidian Boot, from?
Well, it depends on who you ask. One tale is that the founder of the city came here with a outfit made of glass, and by the time that he had reached through the sands, that it had melted down to an obsidian boot. Others feel it's a play on the more darker past of this area. Are you all familiar with the temple that used to be here prior to and its legacy?
Not familiar enough.
Well, that's another tale all in itself, but the claim to fame is that this is the location where Vardrak slew Orcus, the Lord of Demons. This is, by some accounts, the exact location it happened, and he kind of like gestures towards the ground that you guys are standing on. So,
Curious indeed.
some of the tales say that after the battle, when the demon lord fled back to the infinite hells, that there lie a scar in the ground, the outline of a boot, encased in obsidian.
Very curious.
What's that all about? But no ties to anything called the Asudian Palace?
No, sir.
I thought so.
Not that I've heard.
And he finishes sliding over the platinum and takes his key.
And he looks to the other three and he's like, so 3 rooms?
Yes. Nell hands over a gold. They're like, that's not a lot of money, and I can handle it. And room to myself honestly sounds pretty fucking good for once.
Mm-hmm.
Roderick points to the platinum that Desmond. I want the kind of room he got, and send up 2. Better make it 3. Yeah.
Give me a persuasion roll or just a straight charisma check.
Got you. Yeah.
Hey!
Then he says, that'll be 10 gold for the room, 3 gold for the company. The first hour is charged up front. The remainder will be as services are rendered.
It's like that's the down payment, but my men put down for you. Yeah.
You give him the 13 gold?
Yep.
Okay. He takes it. And then he gives everybody their keys. And he kind of like slides. You've seen as Desmond got his, the key was a little bit larger. It's a regular size key with like a large tag on the back of it. It has like a crown almost, like embroidered in leather. And he does the same. He grabs one for you, Roderick, and he slides it over. And he's like, and the bed maidens will be up momentarily.
Give me the good quality ones, right? You like a guy that knows quality.
That's all we have, sir.
That's what I like to hear. That's my guy. He's like
Rain looking at the rest of the. So looks like we're gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna get some food.
Of course, sir. You'll find that we have some of the most experienced chefs from all across Aragus. We have one of the widest diversities in your culinary choice of anywhere on Amethil.
Do you have dwarven ale?
That was already gonna ask.
He smiles, but of course.
Looks at Roderick.
Later.
Meet me down here later.
I'll see if I can walk later. Still strutting.
All right. So, what's everyone else besides Roderick doing?
Roderick's rolling performance checks, apparently.
I'm gonna.
I think we're gonna eat.
Well, I'm gonna go up to my
Yeah.
room, take off my armor.
Mm-hmm.
Roderick's about to
Unload
go
my
to his
bags.
room and unloads. All right. Thrain's going to take off his armor. Roderick's going to take off his armor. What's Nell and Desmond doing?
Probably also heading to our rooms to drop off the excess things that we don't have to carry around at this point.
Sure.
I mean, I know Nell is.
Desmond's,
Definitely the giant shield with the emblem on it.
Okay.
Desmond's staying full get up.
Okay. Are you going up to your room or are you going to get food?
You're gonna get food.
Okay. Then yeah.
Nell
so
would
you guys...
be coming back down basically instantly.
Okay, perfect. So everybody goes off, unloads your armor and all of your bags and whatnot, and you head back down. And as you make your way to the other side of the partition of this building, you start hearing music playing, and as you walk into this large area, the sort of 8-foot single-story ceilings open up to these 20-foot cathedral ceilings inside of this restaurant area. And as you walk in, you hear like this cheering, and you see a large table in the middle. There is a group of 5 people that are dancing on the table as they're singing a song, and they're sort of dancing in a circle. And other patrons have gathered around at this point, and they're kind of banging on the table and like singing along with them. And you can see that there's, barmaids here, and there's a tavern keep on the other end. So you can all go in and get food, drink, whatever you want to get.
Okay.
I'm assuming, Des is already at a table or something, and would just go sit right beside him and join him.
Desmond is far away from the noise.
Not surprised.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you can't completely get away from it, but yeah, you can definitely distance yourself from it.
What, it's in a dark corner? Dark, shadowy corner?
Sure. Yeah. There's one of those.
Everything's lit up, but just around him is dark for some reason.
It's weird how that keeps happening.
You guys sit down at the table and can't hear the music anymore somehow. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, and as you guys sit down, like, someone will come up and basically ask your order. And for the most part, like, anything that you can think of is on the menu. There's probably... Desmond probably could come up with some exotic things that aren't on the menu. But yeah, most things are on, and depending on how exotic it is, it's going to vary the price for it, because they do have exports from all around Aragus. I guess you say imports from all around Aragus.
Let's start with the Dwarven Ale.
They'll join in the Dwarven Ale.
And as you ask for the Dwarven Ale, they pull out a little placard, and there is a choice of 5 different Dwarven Ales on there, that range from like ales, stouts, meads, and at the very bottom they have one that says it is an aged fermented dwarven whiskey.
Let's do a stout and a shot of whiskey.
The barmaid like stops you and was like, for the whiskey, I have to advise anyone ordering it that it is strong. Even by dwarven alcohol standards, it is strong.
Where's it from?
It depends on the night. I can go check to see where it was brewed from, but it is brewed from a master dwarven brewer. Certified.
I'll still take it. Would you let me know where it's from?
I will.
Thank you.
And you still want the stout?
Of course.
Okay.
I'll take the Dwarven mead.
Mead? And for you?
Just a cold glass of water.
She smiles. She says, that's on the house.
And do you have menus for food?
I do. And she kind of reaches around, and she's got another placard that she pulls out, and she sort of lays it down. She goes, these are the house items, and if there's anything not on this menu that you're looking for, let me know, and I can check to see if we have it. Our imports vary from week to week, so we can't keep our menus updated with everything that we have. So she slides a couple menus down, and she says, I'll put the drink orders in, and then I'll be right back.
Take your time.
And then if there's any sort of food that you want, like I said, pretty much anything that you could think of, they have. And some of their top end items are like kind of pricey. On the daily menu, one of the things that they have at the bottom is a hero's feast, which is 50 gold.
Jeez.
Give me a few levels. I'll make one of our own. I'll just pick something simple off the menu. Simple and relatively cheap.
Nell's basically gonna get fish and chips.
Grilled chicken salad.
Nobody was surprised.
I'm going extra fancy on this one.
Add chicken, I see. I like Nell's idea of fish and chips.
Okay. So she comes back with your drinks. Nell, Thrain, your mead, your stout are in wooden tankards. Desmond, you have a glass with water that is... It almost appears blue. It's like clear, but on the side of blue. And it has some ice cubes in it. And then, Thrain, there is a small stone glass, only about an inch or so big, that was hand carved out and hollowed. And she sets it down next to you, and she says, "This is from Brewmaster Durgell. It is aged in Trentwood, and it comes from Thudel. This particular batch is 18 years old."
Okay. Thank you.
And then she's like, "And again, it is very strong."
Yes.
And then she kind of like smiles. She says, "And if you want something even stronger than that, we do have one special blend in the back, but it is expensive.
How expensive?
5
curious.
platinum a glass.
Okay.
Very, very.
It is aged 127 years.
Oh. Okay.
And out of the patrons who have purchased it, they said it is the smoothest whiskey they have ever tasted."
Right before they died.
Do you say that?
No.
Oh.
Were they able to walk out?
With some assistance.
Okay. They'll say cheers and bottoms up to the shot.
All right, for the shot, please give me a Constitution saving throw. It is a DC 18, but you can do it with advantage.
Boom.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
So, you take a shot of this, and you get this rush of heat that fills your face. Then all of a sudden you get this rush of nostalgia as you start feeling your home plane. You start feeling the coolness. The flesh in your face feels cold, and somehow it is a cold burn as this whiskey slides down your gullet. And you immediately start feeling that fire in your belly that only dwarven alcohol really does. And yeah, it has a little bit of a kick to it. Even with you knowing what to expect and kind of waiting for it, like it's still like that first breath in after you take that sip's like.
And with that, he'll relax and say, "Oh, I miss this." Just lean back and relax. And wait for his food.
All right.
Nels, of course, starting on their mead. They'll be drinking quite a bit throughout the evening.
Give me a Constitution save then.
Oh,
Hey, like a fucking champ.
pretty good confirm.
Yeah. So, I mean, you take a sip of the dwarven. You got the stout.
I got the mead.
You got the mead. So the mead. So first, it just tastes like pure alcohol to you. Like you don't really have that palate refined for dwarven drinks, and it's super alcohol-y.
This was their first sip of a dwarven alcohol, so yeah.
Yeah. So it's like pure lantern fluid that you're drinking at first. And after a few sips of it, all of a sudden, like, you start to appreciate some of the tones of it. Like, you get these fine barley tones that come through. You get this sweet, almost honey-like finish that's, like, on the tip of your tongue when you breathe out. But every sip,
that very
it still
first
hits
sip,
you.
it just, whoa,
Oh, yeah.
what, you got lead for livers?
You saw what it did to that. That came with a warning. This is like water.
Wow.
Speaking of water, how's Desmond enjoying his?
Should I make a con save?
It
I mean,
is-
if you want to. How risky are you trying to get?
It is blue water. You never know what's in it.
Right.
He's been drugged.
So
So
I kind of want you to make a con save,
got you. Hold on.
just so you can roll that nat 1.
I know.
That one, he chokes on the water.
Chokes on it. But first time in a while, he actually like unclips the bottom part of his mask and is just using that to eat and drink. But no real expression from what you can see.
Yeah, so depending on what you all have in mind, I mean, food gets brought out, drinks can continue flowing as you desire. If Thrain wants to get brave and try out something from a dwarven brewmaster, unlike
I'm
what
out
he's
of
ever
platinum.
had.
I'm out of platinum, so I can't
Are
do
you
that much.
completely out?
I'm out of plat. Yeah.
Wow.
There's a reason
He
why I
bought
said.
the Wand of Orcus,
Oh yeah,
remember?
you got the wand.
There's a reason why I said the number I said.
Because you're good at bartering.
I mean, I got it down to platinum. That's 20 gold,
Yeah.
200 silver.
Yeah. 2,000 copper. A bunch of stones.
We're not going to talk about how much EP it is.
What's that?
No, not going to talk about electric. Damn.
I don't know what that is.
Doesn't seem to exist here
It does not.
because it's a stupid currency.
It's so stupid. Why the fuck would you make a 5? Like, I don't even like the 10s. Like, I think they should be hundreds, truthfully. But, like, 5? It was like, I'd slap someone if they paid me an Electrum. I'd feel like you're insulting me. Like, you can't afford the full platinum, you cheap fuck.
The
Give me a
fuck out of my
half a plat.
establishment.
That's right. Take your fake money and leave. So, yeah. So y'all continue through the night. Inside of
waiting
the
on
bar, you
Roderick.
witness a lot of the same as far as just kind of the jovialisms, dancing, having fun, and everybody go ahead and give me, except for Roderick, everybody go ahead and give me a perception check.
Teased you with that 20. Just no.
So everybody would hear, as you take a moment to take in your surroundings, you would hear people talking about their adventures that led them here. Sort of, most people that are here are on some sort of like spiritual endeavor, and like this is kind of like their bucket items, or their bucket list items, really. Like almost everybody that you overhear talking through here, like, you guys came here casually. This has been like their life's goal to get here. To put it in perspective, sort of the dichotomy between what you all have the ability to do and them. And Thrain specifically, something that sort of hones in on you is a woman telling a story about how her family actually died during the trip here. That they were traveling, from what you caught, they were traveling overseas, and her husband became sick during the travel, and ended up passing away before they could even make it to landfall here, and that her sibling that came with them as well wasn't able to make it through the desert, that they actually fell ill in the desert, and she was the last one here, and you hear her make a toast about how, like, she's dedicating this adventure to her loved ones, and she toasts to whatever unknowns happen from this day on.
How far away is she? Is she,
Couple tables away.
He'll lean back and hear as she says it.
Hey John,
Imagine
how long?
dying trying to get here. Nell's just quietly, I can't imagine dying trying to get here. It's beautiful, but
Yeah,
Not-
remember, not everybody's strong enough, as strong as we are, to make it through the desert.
no, I mean, I can't imagine wanting to travel somewhere that could potentially take my life, and this doesn't feel like the kind of destination that someone would take to that could potentially take your life and still be happy when you get there and you've lost your family.
Does she look, when making this toast, does she look like happy, or does she just look somber and, as looking back on it?
Give me an insight roll. You get the impression that she's like trying to make the best out of a shitty situation.
Does she look happy to you? She's lost. Sounds like everybody she has left. Doesn't. I mean, yeah, she's here, but what
I
else are you gonna
suppose
do?
my words weren't what I meant. It's just no destination feels worth that risk.
I mean,
Means you don't have a choice.
you know the trip I made. This is really before I developed my powers that I made that trip. How that was was it a month long journey, Cliff? A month, pretty much by myself. Wasn't traveling with anyone. If I would have died, my family would have lost me due to me coming here.
I'm certainly glad that that's not what happened.
Some of us are still making that journey.
Mm-hmm.
Nell makes a tight face and just rests their hand on Desmond. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm that sort of brave and adventurous for this kind of journey thing. So how's Roderick doing?
Yeah.
All right, John.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need Constitution save, an athletics roll, a performance roll.
Gotcha.
Fuck!
One that matters. Oh. You a little tired.
You got the spirit, you got the energy.
Look, he gonna see them one time. He ain't gotta impress them.
Roderick ain't putting in any work in. He's just gonna enjoy himself.
But how was their performance, Cliff?
Right.
Oh.
That's
They
what
was
matters.
getting paid.
Are they gonna get
Did
a
he in
tip?
fact get the best?
Oh.
I mean, depending on how long he's going for, it's well worth 3 gold. So as you all sort of, you know, continue on having your drinks and kind of just checking out the crowd that's going on, Roderick, on your end, as you're in the middle of your performance roll, you hear on your door, and you hear a voice that says, "By the order of the Dragon God, come out now. Do not brandish weapons."
Rogers look at the bitches like. Could you so y'all like the local, okay, yeah. Can you give me like 5 minutes?
You have to the count of 10, or we will forcefully enter.
I mean, can we negotiate 30? I can finish in 30.
10, 9, 8,
Uh,
7.
It's a bunch of shuffling around.
Scrambles trying to get boxers up or something.
He is barely pulling up his drawers when he opens the door.
You open the door to see someone standing there holding a wanted poster with your face on it saying, "Wanted Roderick Wolvencroft by the order of the Durian Guard reward for capture 50, reward for kill 30. And that's where we're gonna end it at for the night.
You gentlemen are in luck. I have not seen him. You have a good day.
Yeah, we're gonna end it on that, which is particularly mean because next week we don't have a game.
Mm-hmm.
So, the following week, let me pull up the calendar. What days are these? So, the 6th, we do not have a game, but Friday the 13th. Ooh, Friday the 13th.
Ooh.
Y'all prepare for combat.
I mean,
I don't know who we're fighting yet. You're fighting someone on Friday.
Somebody.
Okay?
Clearly, our inner demons.
Hey, it might be someone else's outer demons.
might be Durian's demons.
Might be Desmond the vampire.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so we're gonna end it there. Tomorrow we have Floating Isles of Etheria, and then on the 6th, to supplement this game, we're gonna have another Floating Isles of Etheria, and then Friday the 13th, episode 27 of Amethil. And then the 14th, another episode of Floating Isles of Etheria. So we'll still have some good content. But this story will have to pause until Friday the 13th.
Too bad it's not October Friday the 13th.
Yeah, I mean, that only comes around like once every fucking...
Mm-hmm.
7 years,
9 years?
something like that.
I don't know. But let's try to do the raid out thing. See who's on. I'm so behind times on shit. Nat One and Done is on
2028 is when our next one will be.
2028.
Yep.
All right, we'll plan something good. All right. Who we going to? We got Nat One and Done. We got King Nothing Live. Nat One and Done is doing the Realm of Sandalore Session 4. King Nothing Live is doing Age of Dragons Homebrew D&D Episode 8. Or we have Mad Bird Streams that is on Episode 22 of Providence.
On a 4 roll. There we go.
All right,
The first
going
one.
to Nat One and Done.
It's a good name.
It is. And if I remember correctly, they had a nice looking layout. Not that that means anything, and no one would ever base anything off of that.
Uh-huh.
Certainly not you, never.
But if someone were to, they could do worse. All right, cool. So we're gonna raid out to there. I appreciate everyone for hanging out. Thanks everyone for chilling with us on TikTok. Thanks YouTube. Thanks Twitch. And because we're simulcasting on there, the replay of this will be available immediately. So enjoy. On that note, I'm out of here. Good night.